Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, 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 everyone. And right out the gate, we have this. Thank you so much, John, for the generous $10 super chat. I really super appreciate it. And John is in the SandBox right now with Real John Litham. And John saying, you are welcome, just keeping my promise to help when I can. And I super, super appreciate it. Every little bit helps. Oh, there's some news happening right now, and I'm going to be covering it as best as I can. Something's happening in Mexico. I just started getting like breaking news stuff, so we'll learn about it together. Something about like the cartels are warring each other or something. Well, we'll see. We'll see about it very soon. But welcome everyone. Oh, I've been busy this week working on the TYT essay for a change. Yeah. I'm almost done with the initial Sam and Emma versus Jank and Anna segment. By almost done, I mean I've now at least gathered the clips that I want, and so I just need to arrange them and put the script in and any other images that might be needed for them. So it's not near done, but it's kind of near done, if you know what I mean. And then I have like a bazillion other things to do for it. I'm just really, really hoping that Hank can help me out on a clip. He tweeted it out, but I would like to get the raw video of it so that I can extend it if I want, or just have it full screen and whatnot. Cut it off at a different point, that sort of thing. But it was on an episode of the main show during the commercial break, so you need the unlisted link for it. And I normally try to remember to click on the TYT main show every day, just in case something like that happens. And of course, the random times I don't, something worthy of clipping is in it. And because the thing is that even though it's unlisted, if you have it in your watch history, you can still bring it up because you just need the link to get it. So we'll be looking at what's happening in Mexico. And then I have, I just want to keep people up to date with Cuba and Gaza. There's actually some good silver lining good news, I suppose, like little smidges of good news here and there when it comes to the Palestinians. Take what we can get. And then a whole bunch of Doug Ford stuff, because my God, that man. Wow. The audacity of him. Just the sheer audacity of him. And trans folks under attack still because of the shooting that happened here in Canada. I don't have really any updates on the actual shooting itself. Still no motive has been released. But apparently some of the family members of the victims are now being targeted with hate campaigns, because that's what happens now. You know, you lose your child in a mass shooting and suddenly people start attacking you for reasons. Oh, wow, the SandBox just really filled up there. So we also have the reference frame, Hermeteorologist, Looney Tunes 9000. We have a mod in the SandBox, Atticus Among Us, and Silas X. I know I'm not saying your name right. I know it. Yeah, so I'm actually anxious to get back to the TYT essay. Now that I'm starting to get in the groove of it, I want to get back to it. And I I was planning on just having a day off yesterday of like anything content creating related, and I watched the second season of Fallout. It's nice when it's short seasons, like they're only 8 episodes long, so you can binge watch it in one day and still have time left over. But that time left over I used working on the TYT essay, because of course I did. Because I wanted to make sure I had all the clips. And then silly me, I have 2 video editing programs with clips in it, like the one that I'm working on for the script, plus just raw clips every now and then, because to cut down on the number of clips in the video essay script one, what I do is I put together a montage in the other one that could include like 10 different clips, and then I render it so that when I move it to the main video essay one, it's only 1 clip, which is less stress on the program. Which there's a lot of clips in this, oh my God. So yeah, I just need to start rearranging the ones that I have. I'm really hoping Hank can help me out with that one because it would work well. And if we have time tonight, then maybe I can get you all to help me out with some stuff. Because I've started to organize the order of operations of what I still need to do with the video, the script. And so I have like what I'm working on and then what the next elements are. And so I have things like right-wing turn, as in things along the lines of, you know, the right-wingers that they're cozying up with, and other small issues in with like basically right-wing related stuff. But then there's also the category of things they're lying about, things they flip-flopped on. What's the other one? There's another one. Oh, money, like money, sketchy money stuff. So things that they flip-flop are wrong about, lies, sketchy money stuff, and then just some random like, what? Out of the blue. Well, it's just the 9/11 thing is out of the blue. But under like right-wingers become friends category, there's, you know, the whole how they used to call Trump a fascist and then they didn't, and then they had an argument over it, and then Anna said, you know what, you're right, Trump is a fascist, and then Jenk said, well, actually, you know, that's a loaded like that type of thing will be in there. The whole idea of him wanting to have a beer with right-wingers after they have the talk, who they will and will not share stage with, like all of that sort of stuff. The accusation that they're turning left, that they're going to have their left arc. So all of that is under right-wingers becoming friends. And then under flip-flop, I have won't sell out. There's a Rick guy who ran for some seat. I have all that already queued up. The union, Anna threatens people who use their content. Anna used to like the drama and she's okay with being called names, apparently. Then there's the lies. So it's like the California fires, their rhetoric around crime, the Venezuela gangs, birthing people, trans surgeries, claiming that we say they should never talk to the other side, and that sort of thing. And then in the sketchy money stuff, I have the presidential run, Jenk's book, the email list they were selling, their Too Strong Coffee. There's some issues around that. Just the fundraising that they did for journalists and the studio and what that led to. I'm debating if I'm going to put the example of Hassan in there, how, you know, Cenk is a proud capitalist and took advantage of his nephew. But that would go into that category if I do end up using it. So like there's all these notes that I have like listed all over the place. It's yeah, it's a lot of work. I'm getting corrected. It's Addie. I wasn't saying your full name because I wasn't doing the 6067 at the end, you know. Well, hello, Addie. So, yeah, just checking out the SandBox. Yeah, so I have a lot to go still on the essay, but at least now I feel like I'm hitting a groove with it because I'm kind of forcing myself to get to it, and I'm debating if I'm going to tell you something. And of course, as soon as I say that, it means I have to. I think, I really, really think I'm just going to do it. I'm going to start going back to the gym. I have to. I've been gaining weight, and if I gain any more weight, my mental health will torpedo. And at a bare minimum, I need to start maintaining it. So I also just want to feel better. You know, I just want to feel healthier, stronger, that sort of thing. So I'm going to really, really, you know, commit to going back, because once upon a time I used to go quite regularly, enjoyed it. So, yeah, it means that it'll take a while, but these might start flattening out a bit. But that's like only if I'm successful at even slimming down at all. But I do want to just feel stronger. So that sort of thing. So, yeah. So that's that. Yeah, that's what I've been doing this week for the most part. Just trying to get, I just need to get that essay off my plate. Off my plate. Just want it off my plate so much. I have sold 3 books over the past week, so that's nice. Let's see, has Hank gotten back to, not yet. I'm really hoping he has the link to that clip, and I'm fairly certain he does. I'm going to give him a commercial ad slot in my video. Same with this space. We'll get like an ad slot in my video and whatnot when I finally get it all together. Anyway, we should probably get into the news because Mexico is currently on fire. John Martinez saying a cartel leader, El Mencho, was killed. My view on the cartel is the same as Zapatista, death and destruction, but that's what happened. Yes, Looney Tunes. I know you like a little badunk-gadunk. So let's get into it. That's not the screen that I want to be sharing. I want to be sharing. I hate when it does that because I have to click on that one first. And then I go to new shit. No, it still didn't work. Let's see where, there we go. There. Okay. And then I do that. Okay, there we go. I gotta keep on remembering that I'm doing that where I share the actual window as opposed to the screen, which means that you don't see the pop-ups, or like if I hover over something, you don't see it opening up or anything of that sort. But what were you seeing? Probably just, yeah, you're just seeing the YouTube videos that I was browsing through. Let's see. So yeah, so this is apparently a panoramic view of Puerto Vallarta right now, which, as you can see, well, this was from earlier in the afternoon. That would be scary. And so we have CBC doing some updates on it. So Canadians urge not to travel to Mexico as violence explodes in wake of cartel leader's death. Criminal groups setting up roadblocks in several cities as Scheinbaum calls for calm. So the latest Global Affairs Canada is warning that criminal groups have set up roadblocks in several cities across southwestern Mexico as violence escalates. There's a shelter-in-place order for Puerto Vallarta. Puerto Vallarta. I know this word. I know it. I can't think of it. Where Canadians are being advised to keep a low profile, monitor medical reports, and follow orders from local authorities. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum is Vallarta is urging people to remain calm and says the federal and state governments are in full cooperation. The violence was triggered after El Mancho, the leader of Jalisco, New Generation Cartel, was killed during a clash with military special forces earlier today. The federal government is closely monitoring the situation, Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand said in a statement. Several Puerto Vallarta bound flights from Canada have turned around mid-journey, and online flight tracker shows. Canadian Mexicos can follow CBC's coverage. So Cancun Police, this is the most recent update. Cancun Police issue warning about unverified information. Police in Cancun, Mexico are urging the public to avoid sharing unverified information, noting the spread of false information. In a notice reposted to Facebook by the mayor of Benito Juarez municipality, where Cancun is located, police say they're conducting surveillance and operational actions and are urging people to stay informed through official sources. Let's see. So people in Edmonton, arrest of drug lord has sparked violence before. President Sheinbaum urges calm. There is full coordination with the government of all states. We must remain informed and calm. Mexican president posted on X. Let's see. Oh, there should be a translation. Yeah. Show translation. The Secretary of National Defense reported on the operation carried out this morning by the Mexican Army and the National Guard, which resulted in various blowlocks and other reactions. There is an absolute coordination with the governments of all states. We must remain informed and calm. The social media accounts of the Secretary of Cabinet are providing permanent updates. I think it's pertinent. Pertinent updates. In most of the national territories, activities are proceeding with complete normality. My recognition to the Mexican Army, National Guard, Armed Forces, and Security Cabinet. We work every day for peace, security, justice, and the well-being of Mexico. So I also have, there's a video from CTV News on this. So I haven't watched this yet. I just put it in the docket when I saw that it was there. Let's see what they're saying.
And joining me now from Puerto Vallarta is Arthur Wilczynski, a Canadian security expert. Arthur, thank you for being here. Can you please describe for us what is happening on the ground in Puerto Vallarta?
Well, there have been explosions and fires lit, quite frankly, all over the city. When I first got up this morning, we were actually supposed to head home today. Noticed smoke on one side of our hotel, and then all of a sudden we saw it, quite frankly, all across the city. Over the course of the morning, we heard a number of explosions, and we've seen plumes of smoke rising right across the city. There was very little information at first. I actually was out on the beach at one point trying to find out what was going on, and then we had heard that there were clashes between a cartel and officials because something had happened. So I came back to the hotel and again saw more fires not far from us. You can see over my shoulder, there's still quite a pall of smoke across the city, and still see sporadic new fires that are starting. So it's
Sorry, I'm getting a volume TW. I don't know if that means too loud or something. Let me know. Thumbs up if the volume. Well, no, that doesn't work. Just let me know in words how the volume is.
It's quite tense. We're not allowed to leave the hotel. Our flights have been canceled. All of the ride shares are canceled. We could see from the rooftop of our hotel the road to the airport, and there was a fire set right across from the cruise terminal next to a large shopping mall that was there. So it's quite tense, and we're sheltering in place as we've been instructed to do.
Goodness. So I take it that violence has reached tourist zones. Are Canadians in the region in danger?
Well, I think that the Canadians should follow the instructions by the local authorities, which means stay in your hotels, stay in your apartment buildings, don't venture out on the streets. The best thing to do is to avoid putting yourself in danger. So I think folks can do themselves a favor by just staying where they are and avoiding any travel at this point until we get the all clear. Folks, Canadians, I think, should also register with the Registration of Canadians Abroad with Global Affairs Canada, so they can get updates from the Government of Canada about what's going on. It's very easy to do. I've done it just to make sure that we receive any kind of timely information that the Canadian government wants to share with citizens here in Puerto Vallarta and the rest of Jalisco State.
You mentioned you were supposed to be getting ready to leave. Do you fear that that now could be in jeopardy?
Well, it is in jeopardy because our flight's been canceled. The inbound flight that we were supposed to be on was turned around and sent back to Ottawa. The information that we have from our airline is that the soonest that they can get us out will be Wednesday. So we've rebooked a few more days here at the hotel just to make sure we have someplace to stay. And we're going to play it by ear to see if we'll be able to get out sometime, hopefully either tomorrow or Tuesday. But right now we're scheduled with our airline for Wednesday. Is
the hotel working with people like you who are supposed to be leaving today?
Yeah, they've actually. Short answer is yes. They, I went down and asked for an extension on our hotel and our reservation. They were
okay. I think we get the gist of it. So I'm sure there'll be more updates on that tomorrow, obviously, on a lot of our regular news sources. Democracy Now! Will definitely be covering it. So they'll have the most up-to-date and informed coverage, probably, of what's happening. No, Abernathy, stay down, sweetie. Come on, stay down. So just to move on to Cuba, again, just absolutely what the United States is doing there is absolute bullshit. It's a siege that they're doing there, preventing oil from getting there so that they have no fuel. They can't run anything. Apparently there's garbage piling up in the streets because they're not fueling the dump trucks. Mosquitoes getting out of hand because they're not fueling like any fumigator trucks either. People are dying because of what the United States is doing. And Canada has the opportunity to do the right thing. To join Claudia Sheinbaum and do the right thing on this. So this is from CTV News. Carney faces calls to send fuel to Cuba as U.S. widens blockade. Ottawa. So Prime Minister Carney is facing mounting calls to speak out against the United States for widening its restrictions on fuel reaching Cuba or to send aid to the country. For more than a year, Global Affairs Canada has warned travelers of shortages of basic necessities, including food, medicine, and fuel, across most of Cuba. In January, the island lost its main source of fuel when the U.S. took control of Venezuela's oil reserves. Canadian airlines have suspended flights to the island, citing fuel shortages, while carriers like Air France have added a refuel stop in nearby countries. It's so gross. I hear you have an island of people, and then, just in a nearby island, all the fuel they need, all the resources, they're still getting access. But this one island is being completely blocked off from the things they need to live. U.S. President Donald Trump has also threatened tariffs on any country selling or providing oil to Cuba. Like, that's the thing. That is such a so what threat. Trump is doing tariffs no matter what. If you're going to get hit up for tariffs, at least make it for a reason that's worth something. You know, have some backbone, some integrity here. Because Trump is going to do it. Whether we send oil to them or we don't. Like, it's just, why not do the right thing and still suffer these consequences versus doing nothing and still suffering these consequences? So threatened tariffs on any country selling or providing oil to Cuba, prompting the island to ration energy in recent days. The restrictions add to decades of American restrictions on goods and services in Cuba, an embargo that Canada has never replicated. Like, that's another thing about it, is that Canadians have been taking advantage of Cuba as a vacation place to go, to have their good times, to relax, all of that sort of stuff, go to the resorts. Now they need us. They need us to say something, to do something. And all those Canadians that used to love going down there and, you know, taking advantage of their resources and their people and all that sort of stuff, do something about it. You know, do something about the people you were interacting with, the hotel clerks, the janitors that kept your rooms clean, the people who kept the pools clean, the taxi drivers you used, the little restaurants you would go to, the cooks and servers there, people you've interacted with. Do something to help them. Some within the Trump administration, such as Secretary of State Marco Rubio, have long called for regime change in Cuba. We know a lot of this, so Mexico has sent the ship with food and personal hygiene items to Cuba, and New Democrats say Canada should follow suit. Yeah. Last week, House of Commons, and I shared that last week, Don Davies was saying that we need to do that. And Anita Anand was like, we're just telling our folks not to go there. We're concerned, but we're not doing anything about it. So there's not too much more to update on this. I just wanted to make sure that it stays, that we're paying attention to it still. Speaking of things that still need to be paid attention to, some of the most evil people that I can think of that are living today are Zionists. Like, just sheer evil. And I don't mean it as in a religious sense, because I'm not religious, but I do mean it in like a descriptive, like in what evil stands for, like just a darkness within them. Just some of the worst people alive today that I can think of. And so Novara had tweeted this out. They need to be executed by hanging, by lethal injection, or by electric chair. The main thing is to execute them. These are the words of Itamar Ben-Gvir, Israel's national security minister, who regularly flaunts subhuman conditions Palestinians are subjected to in Israeli prisons, as his party seeks to advance a bill that would impose the death penalty on Palestinians accused of killing Israelis, which would be very arbitrary, I'm sure. This is the kind of maltreatment Ben-Gvir showcases to the national media on one of his many PR visits. So this is something that he promotes and he brags about. I won't be playing the audio because there's no point. There's music, and also they're not speaking English, so I'll mute the audio and read out some of the captions. So they need to be executed. Let's do this slower. We'll have to do it this way. We are on the eve of Ramadan. and we're seeing routine operations behaving against the terrorists and the murderers. So a little caption here saying Israel's national security minister invited national media to conditions of Palestinian detainees. And as you can see, they're horrific. Absolutely horrific. There are no more, and this is again Ben-Gvir speaking, there are no more fairy tales, no canteens, no cigarettes, no educations, no visits. And then one of the guards was bragging about all the horrible things that they're doing. There's food 24 hours in the cell, or 23 hours in the cell, I mean. 1 hour in the yard, 7 minutes for a shower. And that's it. That's it. The mattresses are outside the cells, meaning that they're not taking any afternoon naps. What you see on the right is a picture of New Gaza. So they're actually showing what they're doing to Gaza, to these prisoners. Now we owe something more. That's the terrorists. It's just, I'm just going to freeze frame through the rest of it, but the main thing is to execute him. That's what he wants. He just wants to slaughter Palestinians that they've detained. So Ben, and this is in their caption saying Ben-Gvir's PR visits flaunting the maltreatment of Palestinian detainees have become a regular media item. He's not afraid, and he doesn't need to be. Because nobody is challenging him. You know, he's allowed to brag about these on TV, and it's all... Just trying to back up to see what the caption is. So by the end of September 2025, Israel was holding over 10,800 Palestinians, including 350 children, all labeled as security prisoners. And remember their outrage over the hostages that Hamas took. All of these prisoners are hostages. Like, there are more children hostages in these prisons than Hamas took in total. So many of the Palestinian detainees are held without charge or trial. Human rights organizations have documented torture, sexual assault, media, medical neglect, and degrading treatment. With abuses becoming an accepted norm. In 2024, a leaked video showed Israeli guards and army reservists allegedly sexually assaulting a Palestinian detainee, and that was horrifying. Yeah. It's absolutely horrifying. And so here we have Hani Mahmoud from Al Jazeera, it looks like, saying, I'm not really sure if we can keep calling it a ceasefire, so we'll just let him talk. I don't need to read out the text.
I'm not really sure if it's if we can keep calling this as a ceasefire. So let's just call a spade a spade. When you have 4 months of supposed ceasefire, you end up with 600 plus Palestinians killed, close to 1,600 of various injuries across the Gaza Strip. This is not a ceasefire anymore. I'm not really sure.
Yeah. There was also footage on Twitter today of a home being demolished. Like, it's just... Israel hasn't stopped. They just slowed down slightly. And then you have, you know, the United States, which is one of the main governments propping up what Israel is doing. What they're doing with their military and stuff, again, this is concerning, to put it mildly. The amount of money that they're spending on their military. You know, all of their problems could be solved by taking away a fraction of what they're spending on the military. They could have health care, full education, basic income programs, like all of this. They could have all of that for a fraction of the military budget. These are choices that these horrible, horrible people are doing. So Jeff Stein here says Scoop Trump aides are struggling to spend an extra $500 billion on the military delaying budget. Trump agreed to Hegseth's bid for a 50% military spending boost. Vought and others objected internally. So much money they can't figure out how to spend it. We are set to spend $10 trillion on the military over the next decade. The Trump plan would make it $15 trillion, a $5 trillion increase. Expanding Medicare to cover dental, vision, hearing care was an estimated cost of $400 billion over a decade. Trillions. We're into the trillions. It's hard to comprehend how big that number is, because I'm sure a lot of people have seen the videos just trying to explain what a billion is compared to like a million. But a trillion would be 100 or 1,000 billions. It's impossible to comprehend the type of numbers that they're doing here. And to say Trump is unhinged is putting it mildly. Because here we have Trump says he's increasing global tariffs to 15%. Why? Because the courts ruled against him. They said that the tariffs that he imposed were illegal. He got mad at the judges, some of his judges that he selected for doing the right thing, and says, well, I'm going to do it anyway, and finding every little loophole he can to just do what he wants. And again, he's allowed to get away with it because the people around him who have the power to do something aren't. So we're going to listen to this global news video.
The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing.
Saturday, U.S. President Donald Trump acted on that disappointment, announcing new 15% temporary tariffs on imports to the United States, up from an initial 10% in response to Friday's Supreme Court ruling that most of his sweeping tariffs put into place last year are illegal. Tariffs that have had an outsized impact on small business owners like Jeff Grove of Railway City Hobbies in St. Thomas.
In a normal business year or normal business week, I ship roughly 10 packages to the United States. Since then, it's basically nil.
As Grove explains, he and other small business owners in Canada that import products from China get hit with tariffs in the U.S. en route to their shops up north, resulting in cost increases for both the seller and the buyer. The question now is what's next? With Trump's sweeping tariffs now null and void, many are seeking a refund for hundreds of thousands of dollars lost in import fees.
That money is never coming back to the people. Like a whole idea of getting refunds for this, it's never coming back. The companies ate it up. And any price that was raised to cover for the tariffs, they're not going back down. It's the same as all the prices that were raised during COVID. Oh, well, supply chain issues. None of those prices went down after COVID, after the supply chain was fine. Because once a company knows that they can raise a price a certain amount and people still pay it, because they have no choice, then they'll keep it at that level. They're not going out of the kindness of their heart or out of any sort of sense of fairness lower the price when they're not when they are no longer getting hit up by extra expenses.
But the Supreme Court's ruling does not give any guidance on how these businesses could be made whole. That decision will now be up to the Court of International Trade, eventually reaching U.S. Customs. Grove says the capped tariff at 15% will provide some relief and allow for predictability, but other costs still remain.
There's processing, there's brokerage, there's disbursement fees that didn't exist when the de minimis was around.
Trump's new tariffs can only be in effect for 5 months without an extension from Congress. However, most Canadian imports are exempt because they fall under the Canada-U.S.-Mexico trade agreement.
Except for when they have to go through, like, that guy still had to pay tariffs. It's just, And so here we have from Global News, read the transcript of Trump's response to U.S. Supreme Court tariff ruling. I haven't read through the whole thing, but I'm like, what would this sound like with a normal voice? So this isn't the transcript yet, but U.S. President Donald Trump on Friday blasted the U.S. Supreme Court after it struck down his signature tariff policy, ruling his use of emergency powers to tariff Canada and dozens of other countries was unlawful. Trump stood by his use of tariffs to negotiate concessions on trade and diplomacy, calling the decision ridiculous and the judges who ruled against him a disgrace. And again, this is why Trump's threat of, oh, we're going to tariff you if you send anything to Cuba. He's tariffing us because he can, he wants to. He thinks it helps him somehow when it just makes, his citizens suffer more with the cost increase and whatnot. If you're going to get punched in the face, make it because you were taking a stand. Not because you were lying, on the ground. He added his administration will use alternatives to pursue his trade agenda and announced he will sign a new executive order for a 10% global tariff under a different law. They're going to lose so much business. Oh my God, they're never going to be recovering from this. Because nobody is going to, like no other country, as soon as they find another place to do whatever business they have with, they're not going to go back to the United States because they're just too unstable. Because, okay, we saw what happened. Biden came in, there was a little bit more stability, but then Trump comes back in and wrecks everything. So what's to say that the next president will or won't? There's no predictability, no stability, no promises of, keeping things status quo, nothing. You can't trust them to do business with. So many places just won't. And my God, the people in the United States are going to suffer the consequences of that. So here's the full transcript of Trump's statement at the White House. Whoa. And I'm going to try to do this like if Trump sounded like a normal person. Let's see if this works. So, whoa. That's a lot of people. That's a new record. We set a record every time. Well, thank you very much for being here. The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud of those justices. When you read the dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them. There's no way. Foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. Wouldn't all countries outside the United States be foreign countries? Anyway. They're so happy and they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long. I can assure you that. I can assure you. The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no. Just like in Congress, they're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no. No matter how good a case you have, it's a no. You can't knock their loyalty. One thing you can do with some of our people. Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this court, and it's happening so often with this court. What a shame. Having to do with voting in particular, when in fact they're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats. And not that this should have anything to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution. In my opinion, the court has been swayed by foreign interests and political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small movement. I won by millions of votes. We won in a landslide. With all the cheating that went on, there was a lot of it. We still won in a landslide. Too big to rig. But these people are obnoxious, ignorant, and loud. They're very loud. And I think certain justices are afraid of that. They don't want to do the right thing. They're afraid of it. This was an important case to me, more as a symbol of economic national security, and also, I would say, just for our country itself, so important because we're doing so well as a country. We've never done so well. This feels like I'm doing a high school monologue. I'm not going to read the whole thing. But it feels like I'm auditioning for a high school play, and this is the monologue I'm using for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm just catching out of the side of my eye. I've seen videos with somebody voicing over Trump, but using like a snobby British accent or like a whole bunch of different types of accents and stuff like that. And it just, yeah, it sounds very different. It does. So from CBC News, where does the U.S. Supreme Court voiding some Trump's tariffs leave Canada? Trump slaps new 15%, so it's gone up to 15% from 10, tariffs on how do you say that? CUSMA compliant goods down from 35. The U.S. Supreme Court struck down the number of tariffs. Okay, we got that. So what tariffs were voided by the court? The U.S. Supreme Court struck down the tariff Trump implemented using a 1977 law called the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. That law gives the U.S. Commander-in-Chief broad powers in the case of national energy and unusual and extraordinary threat. Okay, we don't need to know why. So as of Friday, all of those tariffs have been voided. Well, AIPA, that's the organization I just mentioned, gives power to the presidential regulated, blah, blah, blah. Okay. What other tariffs remain? So a number of other sectoral specific tariffs. Okay. Talking about tariffs is boring as shit. It's important, but it's boring as shit. Ugh, that is one hell of a freeze frame. Wow. That was intentional. That was so intentional. Ugh. Anyway, Trump is acting like a really big baby. That's what it boils down to. He's acting like a really big baby, and nobody around him is changing his diaper and, patting him on the head and telling him he's a good little boy. So he's having temper tantrums when he can't get his own way. So this is when, again, it starts to get very dangerous. Because would it be shocking to anyone that somebody who has been found liable of SA would use language like this when it comes to other countries, when he knows that he can get away with certain things? The more he gets away with, the more he feels he's entitled to get away with. And right now, the most dangerous threat to the world, other than like climate change, is the United States. So I don't need to read that quote because he's gonna be saying it.
But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. I'm even allowed to impose a foreign country destroying embargo. I can embargo. I can do anything I want, but I can't.
And he can do these things because nobody is standing up to him. Nobody with any real power.
Country destroying embargo. I can embargo. I can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1. Because that's not what it says. And that's not the way it even reads. I can do anything I want to do to them, but I can't charge any money. So I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge them a little fee. I could give them a little 2-cent fee, but I cannot charge under any circumstances. I cannot charge them anything. Think of that. How ridiculous is that? I'm allowed to embargo them. I'm allowed to tell them you can't.
You're not really allowed to embargo the countries. It's not. There's no code of conduct out there saying that you're just simply allowed to do these things. Especially when, people start dying and stuff like that, and it's known as a siege, like we're talking about Cuba here. Then it becomes a war crime, and technically speaking, you're not supposed to be allowed to do them. But if there's no enforcement of those rules, then those rules mean nothing.
Do business in the United States anymore. We want you out of here. But if I want to charge them $10, I can't do that. It's incorrect. Their decision's incorrect. But it doesn't matter because we have very powerful alternatives that have been approved by this decision. They've been approved by the decision.
Okay. I'm just going to close some windows. Because my computer is mad at me. But how about... a little bit of good news. Closing more windows. So Owen Jones had tweeted out the state's onslaught against Palestine action is falling apart. So breaking, all of the Flinton 24 acquitted of aggravated burglary. The Flinton 24 defendants have been found acquitted of aggravated burglary after the Crown Prosecution Service, CPS, today offered no evidence for the charge. So following the many acquittals and no convictions at the Filton 6 trial, and with Huda's Amori's judicial review proving the bogus terror link to be unlawful, the additional Filton 18 have had charges of aggravated burglary officially dropped. Will, Ian, Maddie, and Alex are to be released following a hearing this morning. I do not know how to say that name, was granted bail, but is not released due to being on remand for an instro precision action in 2024. They are the only one of that organization held on remand. Free them all. Oh, apparently that person is one of two people. And just a little bit more. So all of the Filton 24 were acquitted of aggravated burglary. Say it. I don't think Sky News is going to say it.
Just a touch of breaking news to bring you. 6 Palestine Action activists will face a retrial on criminal damage charges over a break-in at the UK base of an Israeli-based defence firm. That's according to the Crown Prosecution Service. So 6 Palestine Action activists facing a retrial on criminal damage charges over that break-in. We'll bring you more details on that.
So they're facing a retrial for damaging military equipment that was going to be used against Palestinians. But they're forgetting to mention that, again, all of the Filton 24 were acquitted of aggravated burglary. You gotta say it. You gotta say it. They won't say it. And then here in Canada, sometimes when it comes to corporations and people who like money, pressure works. So Scotiabank's, and this is from City News, Scotiabank's 1832 Asset Management sells last shares in Israeli military supplier. So regulatory filings show Scotiabank's 1832 Asset Management has sold its remaining holdings in Israeli defense manufacturer Elbit Systems. The bank faced criticism for the investment, including high-profile protests at the Giller Prize it used to sponsor because of Elbit's role in supplying military equipment for the war. It's not a war, it's the genocide in Gaza. Scotiabank previously said that it did not directly hold the shares and that it cannot interfere in the independent investments decisions of its portfolio managers, including its subsidiary 1832 Asset Management. The assets manager latest filing with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission does not show Elbit among its holdings, while as of November it reported owning about 165,000 shares, worth some 84 million US dollars. Last August, it had about 700,000 shares worth 315 million. So asset management held more than 2.2 million shares in 20. Okay, it's just they're no longer. And Dimitri here saying, at long last, Scotiabank is fully divested from the murderous Israeli drone manufacturer Elbit Systems, and he was one of the people to try to apply more pressure on Scotiabank to divest. So he was saying, after more than 17 years as a client, I've ended my relationship with Scotiabank's wealth management division due to bank's large stake in Israel's murderous drone manufacturer Elbit System. And this was back in November of last year. And so he's now saying that, the pressure works. And so there was this notice here for immediate release. Scotiabank fully divested from Elbit Systems following years of coordinated pressure campaign. No arms in the arts and just peace advocates highlight sustained organizing that made bank's stake in Israeli weapons manufacturer untenable. No arms in the arts and just peace advocates are responding to confirmation that Scotiabank has sold all remaining shares in Israel's largest weapons manufacturer Elbit Systems, following more than a 2 years sustained organizing that made the bank's investment a liability. The bank once held a stake in Elbit 60 times larger than Canada's other major banks, making Scotiabank Elbit's largest foreign shareholder. Scotiabank's divestment from Elbit Systems signals that the investment in companies complicit in Israeli war crimes has become too risky to sustain, yet 2025 data showed the big five Canadian banks holding over $182 billion in companies operating in the occupied Palestinian territory, a clear contradiction of Canada's stated opposition to illegal settlements that demands immediate government action to align with policy and practice, said Karen Rodman of Just Peace Advocates. So still a lot more that needs to be done, but we got to take the small wins when we can. Okay, so let's check the SandBox. Okay, people talking about volume. John Martinez, legalize and bye-bye cartels forever. Yes, the war on drugs is the primary manufacturer of cartels. The driving force of the creation of the cartels, I guess you could say. Let's see. What people are saying. Looney Tunes, trillions and trillions of dollars. What I would do with just even 1% of it. 1%. Hello, No Justice and their viewers. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm Sandy from Left of the Box, Canadian politics with sarcasm and sass. Also, everyone, please go check out No Justice. I just finished talking about some stuff happening in Gaza, Mexico, and Cuba. And then I'll be moving on to some federal news here in Canada, provincial news for me in Ontario, and at the end I have some stories about the escalating attack on trans folks, including in the UK. So welcome, pond jumpers. Please hit that subscribe button. I would really appreciate it. And I know it will be late for you to stick around until the end, but, you know, I will be centering you for really, well, the UK for really horrible reasons, but still, if you like to hear the UK's name, I'll be talking about it. Or you can just watch it tomorrow morning when you wake up. Because I know I usually go long with my live streams, and so it will be super late for you all on the other side of the pond. But welcome. I appreciate it. Hello, Neuro Riot and True Democratic North. Welcome to the SandBox. Let's see. I'm just checking the SandBox right now because I finished the docket. So, hello, Kevin Logan and viewers. Please like and subscribe. I'm Sandy from Left of the Box. I just gave the most brilliant spiel of my channel ever to the No Justice Raiders. So you're shit out of luck. You know, you're just going to have to take it on good faith that I rock and you should stick around. Or you can rewind a few minutes and hear the whole thing. But I super appreciate it if you hit that subscribe button while you're here. And everyone, go check out Kevin Logan. Again, welcome, pond jumpers. And I will be talking about some trans stories later on, but it's probably going to be past the bedtime of a lot of you, so you have to just check it out tomorrow. You have to check out my live stream tomorrow. They all remain public, so you can. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000 saying again, folks, Trump is suffering from fucking amnesia. No, right, but also even during Trump's first round of tariff shenanigans, most of the tariffs weren't actually implemented. Still, they stopped a lot of trade from happening. Yeah. When it comes to corporations, they like stability, and if you have somebody who's acting completely irrational, like, that's the thing, like, the way Trump is acting isn't even in a logical way of a corporation to make money. And so even if Trump was acting in a way where it's like corporations could be like, yeah, this is how he's getting his money and stuff, they could understand it, they could work with it. But Trump is just completely irrational in what he's doing. And it's not making the United States money. It's actually harming the United States in so many different ways because companies are just fleeing. You know, other countries don't want to do trade with the United States if they don't have to anymore. The price of goods in the United States is skyrocketing for the average person. So nobody's benefiting from this. And so as a corporation who are generally speaking run by sociopaths, they still have a logical mind when it comes to these sorts of things. And so they would be like, no, it's not working. It's not working. And they'd be like, yeah, it's definitely you, America. It's not us, it's you. And it's time for us to cut ties. Let's see. Oh, hello, Igloo. It's been a while since I've seen you in here. Hello, Rikering. Welcome to the SandBox. Hello, Big Jerry, saying great stream. Why, thank you. No riot, Mexico killed and arrested many drug cartel members. Oddly enough, they had a ton of weaponry from the United States. Hit that like 2 for the algorithms. Yes, hit the like button. And yes, I talked about what was happening in Mexico earlier in the stream, but the news is still breaking today. So, you know, programs like Democracy Now! And stuff will have it thoroughly covered for tomorrow, and other regular news outlets and stuff. I generally speaking like to see, I don't like covering breaking news because there's still so much out there that we just don't know. And I like to be a little bit more certain of the information that I'm sharing with people. Like I was just sharing a CBC article, which part of it like were the updates, and one of them saying, yeah, there's a lot of misinformation going out right now, so be careful what you're quoting. And it's like, yeah. So, you know, wait for reliable sources, wait till your governments tell you what's happening. News organizations that you trust, like Democracy Now!, will have good coverage of it, I'm sure. Okay, what do I have up next on the docket? It's going to be federal stuff. So yes, I'll be talking about some federal Canadian news and then some provincial Ontario. I live in Ontario. It's important to me. Almost half the population of Canada also lives in Ontario. So we're kind of like the big thing here in Canada. It's kind of all about us. Canada is centered around Ontario, geographically and financially and population-wise. So I'll be talking about Ontario and just some of the horrendous shit that Doug Ford is doing, the premier, and then some stories in the news about trans folks and the escalation rhetoric happening there, and what's, yeah, it's nightmare fuel. But let's see if I can get through this faster, because I'm in a chit-chatty mood, and at the end of the live stream, I wouldn't mind just chilling with y'all about some of the projects that I'm working on and whatnot. Also, for those pond jumpers, I have a second YouTube page called Sandy Lovis, which I should probably pull up on screen for you to see. I'm gonna go there, and then I'm gonna go there. It's about art, writing, and all things creative. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, art, writing, and all things creative. So this is, as you can see, I've just started it. We have 2 videos up because I am an artist. I drew this. This is a drawing I did. I painted this. That's a painting I did. This is a book I wrote about vampires that are all non-binary and polyamorous. It's loaded with my political and social commentary, and it's available on Amazon. So this channel is about exploring creativity through writing, through art. I'll share some of my tips and tricks, but I'll also have interviews with people who maybe do creative baking or cartoon drawing or sewing or anything creative like. And it's about encouraging people to be creative and whatnot. So please subscribe to that. Looking forward to hitting that 3-digit subscriber number. I'll get there. I'll get there someday. But yes, please check that out. And it's not going to be a political heavy channel, but you know, politics gets involved with everything these days. Making sure. Sorry if I've missed your name in the SandBox, but I do welcome everyone who's here. Igloo, politics, and art? Shocking, yes. It'll get political. It's just that's not the focus, that's all. So let's get back to it. So last week, I was talking about the musical chairs of the MPs and MPPs. You pawn jumpers might know what I mean by an MP. Huh? Member of Parliament? You get it. The Americans, they don't understand that lingo. They don't get it. You cares, me, pawn jumpers, me. We see it. We get it. We understand. We understand the parliamentary lingo. We know what question period is. We know what the House is and that stupid little throne and all that sort of stuff. The whole ceremony of it, the whole theater of it. We get it. We get it. When I say, I sat in the gallery of the House, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. So you know what an MP is. Well, an MPP in Ontario is member of provincial parliament. That's not the same in every parliament because sometimes they just call them MLAs, members of the Legislative Assembly. And then in Quebec, it's the same thing, but in French. So there's a little bit of variety on the provincial level. But you see here in Ontario, well, first we have to go back to federal. So federal, we recently had 2 Liberal MPs say that they're giving up their seats because they're working for other countries. One of them is for you guys, the UKers. So there's going to be 2 by-elections for federal seats. Now, this was annoying to Mark Carney because Mark Carney was just this shy of a majority after 2 Conservative MPs crossed the floor. But then one Conservative MP said, yeah, I'm just quitting. And so then that would open it up for a by-election and potential win for the Liberals and stuff. So if those 2 Liberal MPs were still there, Liberals would have a majority by 1 seat. But they're gone, so there have to be by-elections. Now, here in Ontario, there was a NDP, that's the New Democratic Party, MPP, that said, you know what? I'm resigning my seat because I'm going to run in the federal seat opened up by one of those Liberal MPs who are leaving. But the NDP MPP is going to be running as a Liberal MP, not as an NDP MP, but as a Liberal, which really pissed off the leader of the provincial NDP party here. I'm sure you can imagine why. And then a Liberal MP said, do you know what? I'm going to resign my seat, which would then open it up for a 3rd by-election federally, so that I can now run in the riding that the NDP MPP left, because he wants to get a provincial seat because he wants to run for the leadership of the Liberal Party of Ontario. And so there's that by-election. So there'll be 3 by-elections on the federal level. So a lot. And that NDP MPP who left their seat actually was one of the moderators in a recent federal NDP leadership debate, because the federal NDP are also going through a leadership run right now. Lots of wonderful coverage on it on some other channels. I've interviewed 2 of the candidates. I'm hoping to interview all 5 of the candidates. But I don't think the 3 front runners would like to talk to me. I'm just putting it out there. I might ask questions they're not expecting. So that's the run-up of that. I'm sure that made complete sense to everyone. Now, remember, we're gonna recall something that I said earlier. There was a federal conservative who said, yeah, I'm just quitting. I'm just quitting. I'm just going away. I'm just walking away. Just going to walk away. Well, been a bit of change of plans. He's now crossing the floor to the Liberal Party. Pierre Poilievre, who just won his leadership review, so he's still, by an overwhelming margin, so he's still, unfortunately, fortunately, leader of the Conservatives. And I do the unfortunately, fortunately, because outside of his party, he's despised. So as long as he's leader, the federal Conservatives are less likely to win, because any independents don't like him. And since Mark Carney is the better looking identical twin of Keir Starmer, which we all know at this point just means they're conservatives, a lot of the sane conservatives that voted for Pierre Poilievre simply because they were voting conservatives, they're looking at Mark Carney and being like, nah, he's our guy. We're going to vote for him instead. So they're going to bleed some support that way as well. Everything clear? Everything clear. We all got it? We get it? Got it? Good. Oh. So on that, let's do this. There we go. So this is from Prime Minister Mark Carney, saying, I am honored to welcome Matt Giroux, something like that. So that was the MP who was conservative, who said, yeah, I'm just quitting. Well, here's Mark Carney saying, I welcome Matt to join our caucus as the newest member of Canada's new government. Building a stronger, more resilient, and more independent country will require ambition, collaboration, and occasionally sacrifice. And when he says occasionally sacrifice, he means like all of us plebs. We're the ones that are going to have to sacrifice. The 1% ain't sacrificing shit. No, they're not. No. It's all of us down at the bottom. Yeah. Mark Carney says that I am grateful for Matt and his family, that he will continue his service as a strong voice for Edmonton Riverbend in Parliament. I don't need to read the rest of this. It's pretty straightforward. Of course, Pierre Poilievre is pissed off, and this is when they start arguing, oh, floor crossers shouldn't be allowed. There should be an automatic by-election, blah, blah, blah. And they always say that when the floor crosser is leaving their party and entering another party. Just like if a Liberal were to leave the Liberal Party and move to Conservative, Mark Carney might be upset about that. I think with the federal NDP, they have a policy against accepting floor crossers, but I'm not entirely sure on it. So there you have it. But I also wanted to play this because she's responding. Melanie Joly, who is an MP here, is responding to Matt Giroux joining the Liberal Party of Canada. But she also comments on Jamel Javani, and he's a Conservative MP who recently went down to Washington to make an ass of the party. And Pierre Poilievre, leader of the Conservative Party, didn't approve of his visit to Washington. And so Pierre Poilievre was very upset with Jamel Javani. And Jamel Javani was basically just throwing Canada under the bus saying, yeah, we suck. We do. And so that's not flying well. But the reason why Jamel Javani is doing that is because he's hoping for those American big bucks, because he's best friends with J.D. Vance. And he's also a white Christian nationalist, despite not being white, but he's the Christian nationalist type, saying, oh, it's white evangelical Christians that are the most oppressed in Canada. Not really. Not really. Saying that nobody's allowed to celebrate Christmas anymore. He actually did that while standing in front of a Christmas tree in Parliament. Anyway, so this is Melanie Joly talking about some of this.
Roux's decision, and if we can expect more floor crossings.
Well, I didn't hear the beginning.
Can you give us a little more insight?
Oh, and about the floor crossings. So I think there's going to be another by-election because there was one seat in the federal level that won by one vote. And so at this point, they're like, I know democracy and all, and technically one vote means you win, but they want to do it over. So they're going to be having a by-election there. So that one's kind of up in the air as to who would win. It won't necessarily go to Liberals, though, because it's a Quebec riding, so it might go to the Black Québécois. So a couple of the ridings are very secure Liberal. So after the by-elections that they have, there is a good chance the Liberals will have a majority by 1 or 2 seats. Definitely if there's any more floor crossers.
Into Mr. Genereux's decision, why he changed his mind after saying he was stepping away from politics, and just your general reaction?
That's a question you need to ask Mr. Genereux himself. But what I would tell, Canadians watching us right now is we have a really good plan, a plan that we're putting into place. It is linked to making sure that we're creating jobs at a time where there's a lot of economic turmoil and chaos. And I think also that Pierre Poilievre needs to be explaining why his MP went to Washington.
So this is like, I'm going to deflect from what you asked me to point out that Pierre Poilievre sucks. As far as deflections go, I kind of approve of this one.
And decided, basically Jamil Jivani decided not only to blame the GM workers in Oshawa, the constituency he represents, for the tariffs imposed on them, and, the fact that they're losing their job, but also why didn't he go to Washington and defend Canadian interests? And that's a real problem. Ben, en fait, ma collègue me pose la question.
My colleague asked a question about the reasons why Matt Genereux is now part of our caucus, and my answer was that, first of all, I think we have a very good plan, a plan that will create economic prosperity and that will lead to more predictability and more control in a context where the geopolitical situation...
Yeah, basically saying the exact same thing she just said, but in French. A little bit more on this. So this is from APTN News. APTN is an Indigenous news organization, Indigenous run, Indigenous commentators and stories that are about the Indigenous community, First Nations, and I thought that they were pointing out something that should be pointed out. So, Conservative MP off the reservation comment angers First Nation leaders. So, they're talking about Jamil Jivani here, and Jamil Jivani, again, white nationalist. White Christian nationalist, this guy here that I'm circling. Yeah. So Conservative MP Jamil Jivani described Canadian Liberals angry with Americans as way off the reservation. So the chief of the Mississauga Scugog Island First Nation says she was disappointed with a remark by Conservative MP Jamil Jivani last weekend. Following a trip to Washington, D.C., Jivani said Canadian Liberals who have just gone way off the reservation in expressing anti-American sentiment. The Mississauga of Scugog Island First Nations Reserve sits 40 minutes north of Oshawa in the center of Jivani's riding. I am deeply disappointed that he would choose to use the phrase so flippantly, Chief Kelly LaRocca told APTN News. Disagreements of politics are normal, but words really do matter, especially from a member of parliament and from somebody who is a lawyer. He should know that content is very important. Though there are numerous online explainers from American media dating back to more than a decade describing the expression off the reservation as offensive and explaining its roots, it remains common in the United States, whose system of reservations is different from the Canadian system of reserves. In 2014 article on the expression of roots from U.S. National Public Radio quotes a report by a U.S. Indian agent from Oregon from 1878. No Indians are off the reservation without authority. All my Indians are loyal and peaceable and doing well, the agent is quoted as saying. So in the United States and here in Canada, the United States with reservations, Canada with our reserves, First Nations folks were forced to live on them, taken off of their native land and forced into these communities. A lot of them were very remote, and that was intentional, far away from resources and traditional lands. They were not allowed to leave their reservations and reserves without the approval of the Indian agent that was in that community. And so if that agent didn't like you for whatever reason, you weren't allowed to leave. Not even to go hunting, nothing. You weren't allowed to leave. really, this country will never be held accountable for the atrocities it did. And there's a lot of words and quotes and sayings that we use in regular vernacular that actually come from this colonial phrasing that a lot of people will use and not realize that a lot of these phrases come from First Nations and Indigenous. Something as simple as being caught red-handed. Now, I was naive with that phrase when I first heard it, because I thought caught red-handed, it means, oh, you got caught doing the murder because there's blood all over your hands. So you were caught by the body with your hands covered in their blood. That's what I thought being caught red-handed mean. It doesn't, because there's a full phrase around that. And some people still use it, and that is caught red-handed in the cookie jar, which means you're stealing from the cookie jar. And what's it implying? So that phrase, its origin, deeply racist. So I don't use the phrase caught red-handed anymore when I'm describing anything, because I didn't understand where it was coming from. So I don't use it anymore when I'm using my speech. And I would never use off the reservation either, because I kind of figure I can figure out where that came from. So sometimes it's important to try to understand where these phrases are coming from, because it's not like there isn't substitutes out there. It's not like you suddenly won't be able to form a sentence or get a thought out because certain phrases are now, when you understand the racist roots of it, it's not like you will no longer be able to communicate. There's still lots of words and phrases out there that don't have that racist element to it that you can use and should. So Giovanni made the remark to right-wing American news and opinion site Breitbart following a solo trip he made to Washington to meet with U.S. officials at State Department and White House. During the same conversation, he also argued, "We are shooting ourselves in the foot if we continue this anti-American hissy fit." Yes, Canadians love that when one of our representatives go down to the States and say that we're doing it to ourselves, that all the things that the U.S. government is doing to our country, it's our fault. Yeah, Canadians love that. And Jamil Giovanni was going to run for leadership. Okay, there was nothing ever stated, but I was fairly certain he was going to run for leadership of the Conservative Party. But since Pierre won, that's no longer an option for now. If he keeps this up, he's not going to win the next time, because if he had run this time, I think he would have won. But yeah. So Giovanni is longtime friend and former roommate of U.S. President J.D. Vance. He explained prior to his trip that I'm going to Washington because I want to help Prime Minister Mark Carney negotiate a trade deal with the United States. Yeah, that ain't your job. You're not helping the Prime Minister. You're not even in the same fucking party. By name, you're both conservatives, but you're not in the same party brand. So in Canada, Giovanni's Washington trip raised the ire of political enemies and allies, including members of his own party, who told CTV News anonymously that he did not understand the intention of his visit, that they did not. Prime Minister Mark Carney also expressed puzzlement, joking, "I don't believe Giovanni is the trade critic for the opposition and is certainly not the Minister for International Trade." Giovanni's remarks to Breitbart provoked a second wave of criticism, forcing Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre to answer questions about the trip and Giovanni's comments. Canadians are legitimately upset with the unjustifiable tariffs and comments that the president has made, Poilievre said, adding, "Giovanni speaks for himself. I speak for the party." That's not an apt impression of how Pierre Poilievre sounds, but it's kind of parallel in how bad it is. Yeah, Giovanni's use of the term off the reservation provokes specific First Nations criticism. Policy analyst Russell Diabo from Kanawak, Mohawk territory, said he was very angry to hear the comment at all and especially disappointed to hear it from a person of color. Giovanni is Black. It just shows how ingrained the racism towards Indigenous people are, or particularly First Nations, he told APTN. He noted the term has roots in the U.S. reservation system, but mirrors policies of containment carried out against First Nations in Canada. We had the past laws out west. He explained you couldn't leave the reserve without an Indian agent giving you a pass, and the same thing was true in the United States. They had a cavalry for a while, and they had Indian agents who were appointed to keep the Indians on reservations. So that's where that comes from. Okay. Let's see. Apparently Hillary Clinton also said the same thing. So, yeah, I think that's it about Giovanni. Oh, so down here. Somebody's hoping that Giovanni would at least acknowledge his expression was inappropriate and ideally show some understanding of why words like those matter. I wouldn't count on it. He should. He absolutely should. He ain't gonna. Okay, so here's Rachel Gilmore, also probably doing a much better job of breaking down this musical chairs. She's an independent Canadian journalist, does a fantastic job, and she's just breaking down how close the Liberals are to having a majority at this point.
MP has crossed the floor to Mark Carney's Liberal Party. Alberta MP Matt Genereux made the announcement in a statement posted to Instagram on Wednesday, while Carney also shared the news on Twitter. So what does this mean for the political map? Yeah, it's kind of got me feeling like this too. See, this brings Carney's team closer to a majority, although 2 Liberal MPs also announced their resignations recently, and a court just decided to annul a Liberal win in the riding of Terrebonne, which means that this goal is, at the moment, still slightly out of reach for the Liberal Party. But the 2 Liberal resignations are in seats that have been safe Liberal seats for about a decade. Bill Blair's and Chrystia Freeland's. So it is very likely that once the by-election takes place, they'll win those 2 seats back. That would bring them to 171 seats. They need 172, which brings us to Terrebonne. This riding was actually initially called for the Bloc Québécois on election night, but then a recount found that the Liberals won the seat by a single vote. Then, less than a week ago, the Supreme Court annulled the result, meaning that a by-election is going to have to take place here too, and that is going to be a much tighter race, because typically the Bloc Québécois wins there. But if the Liberals pull this off, they'll have safely secured the majority. Or if, another Conservative MP crosses the floor, because that seems to happen a lot these days. Something that's interesting about this floor crossing specifically, though, is that Genereux had been widely expected to cross the floor to the Liberals in November. But then he suddenly, abruptly announced his resignation after rumors had swirled that he was aggressively pressured and even possibly threatened into not crossing the floor. His resignation statement at the time started with a kind of unsettling line. It said, quote, "For those who have reached out, I am deeply grateful for your friendship and concern. However, I ask that you please not attempt to contact my family during this time." That's a wild thing to have to include in there. Genereux also said at the time that he intends to focus on his family. But I guess something changed his mind about that. According to Genereux, who is speaking alongside Carney in Edmonton today, which is where his riding is, Genereux told us that it was that speech that changed his mind. Take a listen.
So I had announced my resignation back in November, largely due to family reasons, but quite simply couldn't sit on the sidelines After seeing what the Prime Minister was, the ambitious agenda he was undertaking across the country and across the world. And quite honestly, it was the speech in Davos where you took everything head on.
Fuck. Muted. Yeah, I get it. No. You're just going to have to lip read what I just said because I don't remember it. ADHD. Right. Something about like there's a lot of conservative MPs who are like, why should we sit around here with Pierre Poilievre when we cannot stand him? When we can just cross the floor to Mark Carney, who's going to pass our entire conservative agenda. That's pretty much the gist of what I said, although it was a hell of a lot better the first time around. Anyway.
And I think for me, that's where a lot of the world changed. I think it opened a lot of eyes for Canadians, Albertans, Edmontonians, just how serious this national unity crisis truly is. And it's, for me, it felt disingenuous and quite simply wrong to be sitting on the sidelines anymore. So I reached out to the Prime Minister's office and will be joining his caucus, and I couldn't be more proud.
Meanwhile, reaction has been predictably mixed to this news. Conservatives are pissed and liberals are thrilled. And I'm left wondering why so many progressive conservatives feel right at home in Mark Carney's Liberal Party. Does that tell us more about Poilievre's conservatives or Mark Carney's liberals, or maybe both? But one extremely funny thing that happened when people were reacting to this news was that as Pierre Poilievre tweeted that Genereux had, quote, betrayed the people of his riding, a conservative MP replied trying to shade Genereux, but said, quote, I am sure he consulted his constituents in Edmonton widely from his home in Victoria. Formally, I think MPs should at least live in the province, if not the community they represent.
Oopsie.
Pierre Poilievre doesn't live in the riding or the province that he represents. So, awkward. The conservative MP deleted the tweet. Speaking of Pierre Poilievre and MP problems, it doesn't seem like Genereux is the only one giving him a headache. As we all know, JD Vance's bestie, conservative MP Jamil Jivani, seemed to have gone on a rogue trip to Washington. But oh boy, Jivani also spoke to the right-wing rag Breitbart, you know, the one that Steve Bannon was heavily involved with for a very long time. And in that conversation, Jivani accused Canadians of, quote, shooting ourselves in the foot if we continue this anti-America hissy fit. Nice one, Jamil. That's sure to land great with Canadians. And Poilievre was one of those Canadians who was none too pleased about these comments. After he told reporters that he doesn't agree with what Jivani said, he also made this slightly shady comment.
Potentially this is like muddling the message here, the fact that you're the leader and he seems to be talking out of turn on this issue.
Well, he speaks for himself and I speak for the party.
Yeah. If there's many more floor crossers, despite him just winning the leadership of the leadership review for the Conservative Federal Party, there's going to be a hell of a lot of pressure for him to step down.
Oh! Anyway, that's the latest mess on what is feeling more and more like the Real Housewives of Parliament Hill. And
okay, so let's go back here, and then there. There we go. And so Sam Hirsch here is just saying it's wild that Conservative Party members voted 87% to keep this guy as their leader. He is bleeding MPs from his caucus like it's nobody's business. I agree, floor crossers are bad, but at a certain point you got to take a look in the mirror. So this was Pierre's message about Matt crossing the floor. Mark Carney is trying to seize a costly Liberal majority government that Canadians voted against in the last election through dirty backroom deals. Matt Genereux has betrayed the people of Edmonton Riverbend, who voted for affordable food and homes, safe streets, and a strong resource sector. Conservatives will continue our fight for Canada that's affordable, safe, and self-reliant. Everything would be worse under Pierre Poilievre. Mark Carney's not good. Everything would be worse under Pierre Poilievre. And yeah, if many more start doing that floor crossing thing, he's going to be out of his seat. So a little bit more federal news. Oh, look. Hadju promotes a grocery benefit in Windsor as food insecurity grows. So Pierre Poilievre is like, oh no, we need that. Huh. Yeah, affordable food stuff. This is a diss on both of them because this isn't exactly going to help. It helps temporarily, but it doesn't solve the problem. So federal Jobs and Family Minister Patty Hadju says a new grocery benefit will provide immediate and ongoing relief to low and modest income Canadians as food insecurity continues to climb. Hadju was at the Unemployment Help Centre Hub Opportunities in Windsor on Wednesday to promote a new Canada Groceries and Essential Benefit legislation. The federal government says will help more than 12 million Canadians beginning this spring. Officials say the benefit, which announced on February 12th, replaces and enhances the former GST credit. It includes a one-time top-up payment equal to a 50% increase in the annual 2025-26 GST credit value to be issued no later than June. The government says it will provide $3.1 billion in immediate assistance. Beginning in July, the benefit will increase by 25% for 5 years. Taken together, the measures will provide an additional $402 to a single individual without children and $527 to a couple and $805 to a couple with 2 children. It's intended to really take a sting out of that inflation, Hadju said. It doesn't though. It's obviously not going to replace a person's grocery bill, but it's going to help with the inflationary pressures that we're seeing, specifically in certain products. Nearly 43,000 people in Windsor, Tecumseh Lakeshore, close to 59,000 in Windsor West, and almost 32,000 in Essex are expected to be eligible, according to Hadju. She acknowledged food bank usage is rising and described the benefit as a part of what she called a layered strategy that also includes making the National School Food Program permanent. When I look at the numbers, we're seeing a general data. Many of those would be children, she said. Making sure kids are getting food right as they learn is a part of layered strategy that will result in reducing that food need over time. Anyway, there's a bit more to it, but Tyler Stack here pointed out on Twitter, it doesn't even cover low-income losing climate rebates. Yeah, we lost those. Combine that with inflation, the poor are getting vastly poorer under Carney, and Liberals spent 10 fucking years pretending to care about things like that. Then every single one pivoted right to win. It might sound like a lot for a single person to get $402, and technically speaking, I'd be grateful for it. But it's gone before I get it, because it needs to go to other things, like immediately. It won't actually go to my groceries. It will go to bills. Because most people who are living with dire poverty have things that they direly need to pay off. And something like this, it doesn't make our lives better. It just helps in one little tiny way. But then what about the next month, and the next month, and the next month, and the next month? What are we supposed to do? Spread out this 420 across all 12 months and wish for the best? It doesn't take the sting out of everything, because the sting is just the constant grinding down, the constant, month to month of worrying about if you're going to be able to keep your apartment, if you're going to be able to get groceries that month, if you're going to be able to keep your hydro on. Hydro bills have been skyrocketing lately. This might help you feel a little bit more secure for a month. But that's it. It doesn't actually improve your situation. Things aren't going to get better because of this. And it's so galling that the government constantly does these things of like throwing us pennies and then telling us that we should be grateful for all they do for us, when it's the system in the first place that they created that is causing the suffering. It doesn't have to be like this. There's a better way of running this country. There's a better way of spending our tax money. Without even increasing our taxes, if we just spent it appropriately, a lot of what we're going through could be solved. These are choices. And that little money that they're just tossing us every now and then is to keep us place-sated, is to keep us, quiet or something so that we don't do a full-out rebellion. That's only going to work for so long until things get so bad that people really do start to push back. Oh, thank you, the Wild West, for becoming a member of Feldspar. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Christo Avalos is just keeping this in the news, and it's probably important to keep this sort of thing in the news. A reminder that Carney is trying to pass a bill that would allow corporations to be exempt from almost every single law in Canada, all at the discretion of a single cabinet minister. One of the most concerning laws I've seen in the last 30 years. And so basically this exempts, well, he says in his other tweet, any law except criminal. Bill C-15. So this used to be Bill C-5 and it got split into Bill C-15 or the border bill or some. Anyway, it's a shit bill. Would allow corporations to be exempt from most Canadian laws. The budget implementation on this bill includes clauses that would allow ministers to unilaterally exempt corporations. So we're talking about the environment of, protected lands, indigenous lands. They'll just plow through that. Workers' rights, all of that sort of stuff. So Christo is just saying people don't realize how bad this is. It allows exemptions from every law except criminal law. This could, for example, allow a company to pay workers below minimum wage at the discretion of the minister. It could abolish health and safety protections too. And anyone who's thinking that, well, the government would never do that. The government is still planning on making Track 3 of MAID available in March of 2027. And for those of you who don't know, especially pond jumpers, Track 3 of MAID, that's medical assistance in dying, means that people can apply for it with the sole underlying condition of mental health. That's it. In a country that doesn't guarantee mental health care, because our mental health is not covered under the Canada Healthcare Act the same way our physical health is. So before providing universal mental health care, they're allowing us to apply for MAID. Are you telling me that they're not going to abuse this? This is going to become a bigger and bigger problem. So the Toronto Sun is a right-wing rag owned by, right-wing nationalist Americans. So Jason Kenney, Canada's former immigration minister, says that he's been told by inside sources that under Liberals, many refugee claims are rubber-stamped without a hearing or any questions. I've listened to this, you don't have to, but it's just a whole bunch of bullshit. Like, that's all it is. And the fact that he's allowed to go on to a magazine and spread these lies that just end up making people mad at immigrants or refugees is disgusting. Canada is exceedingly difficult to immigrate to. Very, very, very difficult to immigrate here. The idea that anyone is being rubber stamped, other than like the Ukrainian refugees from what Russia was doing, we allowed in a lot of them fairly easily. If you're from Gaza, Palestinian, and they're going in genocide right now, though, no such luck for you, apparently. But the idea that people are just immigrating here with a rubber stamp is so wrong, and it's so far from the truth. It's so difficult to immigrate here. But this this is just setting the table for all of this right-wing rhetoric about the dangers of immigrants and what they're doing, and starting to use them as scapegoats. Like, it's already happened. This is just going to ramp that rhetoric big time. And all of these right-wing magazines out there that are, again, primarily owned by Americans, are helping to amplify these false claims. And there are people whose only diet of news are these right-wing rags. And since they seem like official news sources, they don't question it. They don't question the credibility of the statements happening in these things, because they think, oh, this is a legit news source, like the National Post. It's one of the biggest read news magazines in Canada, and it's part of this Toronto Sun right-wing ownage type thing. And it's extremely biased and horrible in what it says. All of the American culture wars that we see happening, they're being imported here in a big way. And if we don't start calling it out at this point, we're going to run into some big fucking troubles up here. Anyway, just wanted to quickly show this. Oh, no, there was something else. What is this tab? What's on here? Eves Angler says NDP leadership candidate Avi Lewis is better across the board than his major rivals. Angler says he plans to rank Lewis either first or second on his ballot, with Tony McQuail as his other top choice. So I actually interviewed Eves Angler well before any of the other candidates, when he first kind of said that he was interested in running for the party. He's not an official candidate, never made it to being an official candidate. That pissed off a lot of people because of why he was barred from running as a candidate. I do not agree with everything he stands for. He's a bit of a Russian apologist, which I'm not keen on. But he has a very loud stance against the genocide in Gaza. He's gotten in trouble for that, for being boldly against it. And the ideas that he was talking about, like in my interview, and some of the things that he was saying, are things that we need out there just to start planting the seeds. Like, even though they're unrealistic at this point, they need to be out there to push the party further left. Because in my interview, he was talking about expropriation of property because we're in a housing crisis. Yes, please. That would be nice. Like, he's talking about like these big, bold ideas. So I would have loved to actually seen him on the debate stage pushing these things. But of course, he was barred from entry. So a lot of people who are upset by this, who are still members of the NDP and can vote in the leadership race, will probably take his lead on it. But here's what he had to say about it.
I think Avi's better, well, just across the board, better than Heather McPherson and Rob Ashton. I think on militarism, Tony McQuail's probably a bit better, but Tony has no chance of winning. So Avi is clearly the better of the three possible leaders. And I'm not in any way saying anything differently. And quite honestly, I'm going to use my ballot to, maybe I'll have Tony first and Avi second, but I'm going to, rank him one or two. And then have probably Tennille number 3, and then probably Rob Ashton 4, and Heather McPherson 5. But I think Avi's.
But for those who are interested in a full kind of breakdown of it, of the leaders right now, the Rational National covered their most recent debate in full. But then he also talks about one candidate rises to the top, and he's talking about Avi Lewis. So I'm going to toss this link into the SandBox. And from there, you can also see his hour-and-a-half breakdown of the debate that recently happened with the candidates. At this point, unless I can get them on my channel, I'm not that interested in the debates and stuff, because I'll be more interested in picking them apart afterwards because I'm not voting in this. Like, I think I am too now leaning towards Avi. At first it was Rob Ashton, but then the, what's the word? Consultants got to him. And his tone changed, his presentation changed, his boldness dulled, and he didn't seem like the same person anymore, which was kind of depressing to see. And I was never, like, I'm a fan of Heather McPherson for what she has already done. I'm not a fan of her as leader for the NDP. But she's done some great stuff. And when it comes down to it, any one of the candidates would be better as leader of the country than our options with the Liberals and Conservative Party. So any one of them in place would be better. But none of them right now have the chance of propelling the party to win. I don't see it. AV, if, like, the thing is AV has run for office a few times and he doesn't have a seat. He's run to be an MP. He hasn't been. Heather is the only sitting MP. But if she were to become leader of the NDP federally, I get the feeling that come the next election, they would get 0 seats. AV needs to win a seat. He's going, like, if he wins this leadership race, and he is one of, it's probably going to be a toss-up between Heather and Avi. Sorry, it's Avi, isn't it? Avi. It's going to be a toss-up between Heather and Avi. If he wins, then he's going to be parachuted into a strong NDP riding, the same as Jagmeet Singh was. Luckily, he won't have to leave his province for that, at least, because Jagmeet had to leave Ontario and go to BC to be parachuted into a riding in BC, but Avi is already in BC, so there's that. But I want a Zora Mandami. Avi's gonna be a Ro Khanna. Like, it's... Canada desperately wants that Zoran energy. They want somebody with those big, bold socialist ideas. Avi comes the closest from what I've seen with some of the things that he's talking about, no doubt about it, but he's not selling it well so far. It might be different, like once he becomes leader and there's more attention on him, if he becomes leader, there'd be more attention on him. He might be able to sell it, and I hope that's the case. But right now, I'm just, a little worried. Anyway, we're gonna check the SandBox after I close a bunch of tabs, because my computer's mad at me for having so many tabs open. And then I can also close this other tab here. Okay, so all those tabs are closed. And next, we're going to get into provincial news. And then we're going to be talking about some stories in the news about trans folks. Let's move that over there. Okay. I thought I already made this one bigger. Did I not? I didn't. My computer's mad at me now. You see, I have to switch accounts on Twitter because my primary account, Sandy Lovis, which is now supposed to be my primary account for my art and writing, but it was the first account I made on Twitter. And so that's still where I go to get all of these links and stuff. But when I'm doing a news live stream like this, I switch over to my Leftofthebox account. But once you switch over, every tab individually has to then be opened. And then it takes a moment to switch over to my LeftoftheBox account and gets to the proper size because I blow them up so that you can see them better on the screen. I don't go through Twitter with it that big on my screen. And then as I'm doing this as well, I make sure I like all of them and stuff because I'm trying to manipulate the algorithm in my Left of the Box account so that I get, you know, more of the news stories that I want in that account. So normally before I start the stream, I go through all the tabs so that they set properly, and I missed this one. So I'm just doing it now while I'm rambling to you. Because it just doesn't look so good if you have to watch it go do the donut thing every time. But we have some stuff to talk about with Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario. Oh my God. There's just, I was saying it earlier, the audacity of him and what he's saying and what he's doing. Like no sense of, what's the word? Not self-reflection, but no sense of he's accusing others of doing stuff that he did worse things of. Oh, what's the word? No sense of looking inward. It's like no sense of looking in the mirror, I guess is one way that you could say it. Oh, fuck, what's the word? When you're looking in the mirror, there's no sense of self-identity. That's not it. Come on, help me out in the SandBox. I know there's a delay, but somebody better have it there by the time the delay catches up. No sense of self. Fuck, that's not it. That's not it. Well, I'm going to check the SandBox. Well, you're all telling me what that word is. Okay. So I saw that. Saw that. You're right. There's so many phrases like that, some more obvious than others. I didn't get the racist roots for caught red-handed for decades. Yeah. Synonymous. One, because his only cronies got to vote. Carney, for all of his faults, is nowhere near as bad as Starmer. He's not as bad. That's why I say he's the better-looking identical twin of Keir Starmer. When it comes to trans issues, he's not as bad. When it comes to what Keir Starmer has done to your elderly, Mark Carney is not as bad. But he's still the most conservative government that we've had in decades. Not liberal government, conservative government. The last big conservative leader, Stephen Harper, would be blushing at what Mark Carney is doing. With the austerity, with the tax cuts. Pierre Poilievre will say, we need to do this. And as soon as he says that, you can just go check Twitter and it's like, oh, Mark Carney's on it. He's already doing it. So Mark Carney is absolutely, has done a 180 from how he was running. And the whole idea of elbows up was the phrase that he ran on. Well, now available in Canada, knee pads for elbows. Because when it comes to dealing with Donald Trump, everyone wanted him because he can deal with, you know, someone like Donald Trump. But no, he's conceded every way possible. He's given ground. He's gotten nothing in return. The first good thing I could finally say about him was the deal he made with China a couple weeks ago. Other than that, there's been nothing positive I've seen coming from him. So he is like wrecking the country economy. Like it's the people, and it's the people with the least who suffer the most. And the people who live with poverty in Canada are only going to suffer more and more under Mark Carney. Synonymous says definitely going to be Bloc. Oh, and welcome to the SandBox. I suspect is probably going to be the Bloc Québécois that gets the seat in that particular riding, the one that's up for grabs in Quebec. You see, I run into this problem because we're getting into the ADHD where I muted my mic. When I'm showing a video clip, sometimes I like to munch on some cookies or a little snack that I brought with me. And that's why, again, as a lot of you know, I put the book up from my face because I don't like chewing on camera. But if it's something crunchy, I do this. I mute the mic so that you don't hear me crunching on it. And then I completely forgot that I mute the mic when I start talking again. Never ride it. On the top of ADHD, my cats have started to tap their paws on the metal food bowl to signal that it is time for food. Mine just chews on the cat food bag really loudly. And it's not that I forget to feed them because they have their nighttime meals, but they need like an afternoon snack because Abernathy in particularly will get very hangry and he will start acting up like no one's business if he doesn't get his little snack. So I try to give him little snacks throughout the day. And then their meal at night isn't terribly large either because Abernathy has a bit of a weight problem. He's a big chunker of a cat. And I don't want it to get too out of hand. The Wild West groceries are mad expensive. I just went and it was always a shock. Yeah. It's because all a check for 400 would do is like, well, first of all, I would just want it to go towards my credit card. But that means that a lot of people just stock up on things that maybe it's the hierarchy of needs. They need it, but they need other things more. So that check, it just evaporates as soon as they get it because we're so far behind when it comes to the cost of living. It will take so much more than that and consistently for our quality of life to go up, for the cost of living to be manageable. So much more than that. Like even an extra $400 a month regularly is not enough to keep up with the cost of living. For people who are on disability, our rates need to be doubled. And that's not happening. It's so frustrating that they're like, here are the pennies and expecting us to be grateful for it when it's the system that they created that put us in this position to begin with. And yeah, I go to the grocery store and it's like every time it's like, what the hell? It's $100 for me, a single person with my 2 cats. It's like $100 every time I go to the grocery store. And I look at my cart and I'm like, that should not be $100 worth of stuff. Big Jerry saying great stream again. Why, thank you. It's always good for the algorithm to have that. Hermeteorologist, if Jerry is a bot putting in great stream regularly, I'm good with that. There could be worse bots out there. What are you talking about, the reference frames? Oh, are you talking about bags of groceries? 2 bags for $120, yeah. Reference frame, ouch, I got 2 bags but for $60, didn't buy any meat. I still have enough in the freezer. Yeah. It's the discounts, it's... And it's the fact that I can't find things in single servings either, which means that despite my best attempts, there's going to be food waste where it's like, can I not just pay less to have a smaller amount of something as opposed to having to pay more and then just having food waste? Yeah, it's It's like every week I go and something that I regularly get has gone up in price. And part of the reason why I've been reluctant to go to the gym is that I can't afford the diet to match what you need to get a healthy body. But I'm breaking down. I have to go to the gym, and I'm gaining weight and I don't like it. Cialis Sandia just went on a ridiculous research tangent. Looks like red-handed has been around in Scotland since James I in 1432, but I probably wouldn't use it nowadays for sure. Well, my understanding is caught red-handed in the cookie jar. In this area, like it could be used in another area for different reasons, but in this area, yeah. Synonymous, the vote for the NDP leadership is at the end of March. I would really like to get Heather, Avi, and Rob on my show for an interview. I've interviewed Tony and Tennille. It's anonymous, yeah. Hate his Russophilia. And also asking, should we even be supporting the NDP still given their barring? It's a lack of options at this point. I'm not supporting them per se. For the last bunch of elections, my endorsement is ABC voting, anyone but conservative. And then in the meantime, I'm trying to like, okay, it's in between elections where we need to do the work and make sure that when the next election comes up, that there's a candidate there we want to support. I'm trying with my teeny tiny channel. It'd be helpful if those candidates came on my show for a chat. I'm trying with my teeny tiny channel. And the NDP has just been a big disappointment. I'm saying this as somebody who tried to run for the party. And they do nothing to help the people that are disaffected from the party because of their bars of entry of getting in, and how they kick out activists and people who are actual socialists. And Synonymous is also concerned about Avi being a Nepo baby. I've talked about this before. I'm not terribly concerned about that because he's qualified. Because you have a Nepo baby like Doug Ford, who we'll be talking about in a moment. He's not qualified to do any of the shit he's doing. But he got it because of like who his brother was, and he got all of his wealth because of his father. But Avi is actually like educated and stuff. And the reason why I'm not necessarily against Nepo babies is because a lot of children growing up, they see their parents interested and engaged in things. And so then they naturally develop an interest in that as well. Like at my dentist right now, it's like the dentist is a family practice type thing. And my dentist is now not it's his daughter is now my dentist as opposed to him. And so she would have grown up seeing her dad as a dentist, looked at as his hero, maybe learned a lot about dentistry secondhand through him. But she's gone to school, she's got the education, she's qualified. So I don't see it as that much of a problem. Like when I was younger, my mom was good at software, and so I learned how to use Word and Excel before like any of my classmates did. And then I could get a job in an office. I got a job in her office at first. That's kind of nepotism too, but I was definitely qualified to do it. So I don't necessarily have an issue with it. It's when they're unqualified and get in there. That's when I have an issue with it. And we see that a lot in the American politics and conservative politics in general. Even Justin Trudeau, that's how he got in the door. And I don't think he was qualified, and I don't think he should have been prime minister, because to me, he's the example of what a bad Nepo baby is. But Avi is at least qualified. He's at least done the work if if he wins, he's at least done the work to get there. Whereas a lot of other Nepo babies have not, and it's just been handed off to them. Oh, it's not the end of March, it's beginning of March. Oh, it starts on March 8th, says the reference frame. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get interviews in with them before the election. Oops, it jumped. Where are we? Oh, is Moomy in the sandbox? Somebody's saying hi to Moomy. Well, if you're in the sandbox, Moomy, hi. Oh, there you are. Hi. Introspection, self-reflection, maybe. Dual IM says self-reflection. CL says introspection. I think the word is like a refusal to acknowledge who they are. And I know those words kind of mean that, but I don't think it's the word that I'm exactly looking for. But it's close. It's close. Like coming to terms with reality. There is a specific word where they're coming to terms with realities, or have no sense of there's a specific word that I have in my head about it. It's not those words. No sense of it'd be the same as like projection, you know, when people accuse other people of doing something that they're doing themselves. So a sense of like that, but yeah. I'll randomly think of it at like 2 a.m. and then completely for self-awareness. See, Alice, I think that's what I'm going for. Self-awareness? I keep on calling you Cialis, but that's not how you say your name. Silas? Silas. Cialis is not a sponsor of my channel. Let's see. Mumai 1346 is what disability in Nova Scotia gets you. Does anyone know what the rates are in other provinces? I think it's about the same here in Ontario. It does differ from province to province. There's usually these charts that go out sometimes, but I think one needs to be updated and they can be drastically different depending on where you live. Hello, MIDI doctors. Welcome to the sandbox. Well, Scylla says that they kind of giggle when I say Cialis. I'm saying an A sound before the L, and it's not there at all. Have a good night, Big Jerry. Oh, and MIDI Doctors is also heading off to bed. Night. Well, have a good night. Oh, and thank you for the gifted membership. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yes. Okay, let's get back into it. I'm trying to chit-chat at the end. I get so distracted. Hello, Philip Blair. Welcome to the sandbox. Anyway, provincial news. Doug Ford sucks. So here in Canada, we have a holiday that's fairly new-ish. I can't remember when Family Day first started, but it's new-ish. Like in the last decade, I think. You see, I don't pay too much attention to a lot of these holidays because this is my job. All days kind of blend together. I don't understand. Like, I get days off when I decide to take them off. I don't get paid for them. I don't get paid for actually doing my job either sometimes. I'm not even making minimum wage at this. But so I don't, when a holiday is coming up, it doesn't necessarily clue into me that, ooh, a long weekend or something, because, I'm working right now and it's a weekend. So I don't feel it so much. But when I used to work in an office, it was a big deal. I liked it. Well, Doug Ford had some comments about Family Day because he was upset he couldn't go to Home Depot. So, Colin DeMella from Global News here in full. Premier Doug Ford's comments on Family Day retail.
I got so many people wanting to go to shopping malls, and Yorkdale would have been packed, Sherway would have been packed, Mississauga Square 1 would have.
Oh no, not the malls. The malls were closed. Okay, I was a little annoyed that Michael's Art Store was closed because I totally forgot that it was Family Day and I was near one and I wanted to stop in because something I wanted was on sale. But give the workers a fucking day off. I'm fine with that.
Been packed, and I always say everyone deserves a rest, right? Take your holidays, but there are a whole bunch of people.
Take your rest, but if my rest includes going to the store, then the people who work there shouldn't get that rest.
I want to get that little extra overtime, getting paid double time and a half. They get their regular statutory 8 hours, and then they get another time and a half for anything that they work.
They still get holiday pay for it.
So even if someone's making $20 an hour, now you get to go in and make $50 an hour.
Minimum wage in Ontario is $17.60.
But that would be up to companies to decide, but that would probably add close to a million working hours. People.
Yeah, on Family Day. Fuck off with your family and go to work.
People can pocket, so just throwing that out there. So we'll look into it and find out how realistic it is. I know the Eaton Centre was open, and
the Eaton Centre is usually open during a lot of these federal holidays and stuff because the Eaton Centre is a designated tourist attraction. So it stays open on a lot of these holidays and stuff when other stores might be closed because it is an actual tourist attraction.
People in the suburbs are saying, why do I have to go downtown? Why can't I go to Yorkdale?
Oh no, why do I Sorry, it's just, why do I have to go? You go on the fucking subway in Toronto and it's an extra 10 minutes on the subway. That's it. Like, it's nothing. Oh no, I'm in the suburbs. What else? Whatever can I do? I want to go to my fancy mall, but it's closed. You mean I have to go to the downtown? With the plebs? There's unhoused people there. When I leave the suburbs, I don't want to be seeing those. I want to go to my fancy mall. Go to freaking Eaton Centre is a kick-ass mall. I've worked there once.
But it would have been packed yesterday.
Are you talking about repealing Family Day holiday? What were you getting?
Oh, no, not repealing everyone. I love that. The only one good thing the Liberals ever did is bring in Family Day. That's it.
All right, so what were you getting at that?
All I'm getting at is, should be the option number one.
It's like, no. Family Day is a good thing. I'm just saying that people should be working on it. That's all. They should be working that day. If they want to. There should be that option for them to work and not be with their family. Because that's how holidays work.
Of the people that work in the retail sector and not be forced, and we would cover them to make sure there's no ramifications. But there's a ton of people out there that want to earn $50 an hour that are making $20 an hour and getting double time and a half. They want to put a shift in. And I think it would,
Let's just say that if they're that desperate for the money, it's not so much that they want to, it's that they have to. And part of the reason why they have to is because minimum wage hasn't kept up with inflation and productivity of workers. Because minimum wage should actually be closer to like $30 in Canada.
You know, it would add to our GDP, and we give probably upwards to 1 million working hours that people might not otherwise do. There's so many people right now that had to work Family Day, no matter if it's our healthcare workers or our police or firefighters, paramedics, people that work in the Eaton Center, people that work in the small stores. But I'm going to throw it out there, and nothing's guaranteed. I'll talk to the Retail Council.
Yeah, if other people had to work that day, then everyone should have to work that day.
I'll talk to the big ones, you know, all the food retailers, be it the Walmarts, Loblaw shop, you know, all of them. Home Depots. I wanted to go to Home Depot yesterday. It was closed.
Aww. Yeah, he's so sad. I went to Home Depot yesterday and it was closed. I went to Michael's art store and it was closed, and I was upset about that, but like, oh yeah, the people that deserve a day off work. It's okay. I'm fine with it. It's good. I can just pick up what I want some other day. Because, you know, it's not like Doug Ford lacks time off work to be able to go to Home Depot. Oh no, he wasn't able to go that particular day. It was an inconvenience for him. That one day he couldn't just go the next day or go the day before. Oh no, the one place he wanted to go was closed. However will he get by? As Sam Hirsch points out, politicians in Ontario don't have to go to work at Queen's Park until March 23rd, but workers can't even have one day off. Ontario legislator to take a 14-week winter break following a 19-week summer break. Cialis, welcome to being a member of the SandBox. Silas. Welcome to being a feldspar. Super appreciate it. Yes. He starts, yeah, Doug Ford. Poor Doug Ford. Couldn't go to Home Depot because, you know, people didn't have to work that day. In the store that he wanted to go to. Therefore, it's a dilemma for him. Should there even be a family day? Hard call there, huh? But that wasn't the biggest dumbfuckery he was up to. And most inane thing he said over the last week. Just the lack of self-awareness. Yeah, that is the word. From this man is astonishing. So I was reporting last week that the loans, the student loans known as OSAP here in Ontario, they used to be 85% grants. So that is up to 85% grants, depending on family income and all that sort of stuff. So it's not a guarantee like, oh, you just apply and you get 85% grant. It would be up to 85% grant. And 15% is the loan that you would have to pay back. Well, Doug Ford has come in and said, you know what, I'm going to change that up just a bit. And it's now 25%, up to 25% is grant. And 75% must be paid off loan. And if I attempted to go to college right now, there's no way in hell I'd be able to afford that because, you know, whole cost of living thing, the minimum wage that we just talked about, rent, the groceries, all of that. And so now to burden students, wow, he is a monster. He just wants everyone to fail, but he's basically like, if you really want it, you'll find a way to do it. So Colin DeMella here saying in 2023, nearly 450,000 students received OSAP, according to provincial figures. The Ontario NDP is now hoping those students will be part of the new pressure campaign. Plus, the Premier's claim of who receives OSAP doesn't check out. Doug Ford's lying. I got into this argument with somebody where I'm like, you know what? There should be a rule where politicians are not allowed to lie. But he's like, oh, well, that can be very subjective. And I'm like, there are some things that aren't. Like what Doug Ford says here. It's not a subjective thing that he says. And so he shouldn't be allowed to say it because it is a flat out lie.
It's a question that students across the province are now facing. How much debt do they want to take on to get a college or university degree? One that opposition parties at Queen's Park are also seizing on.
Saddling them with massive debt at a time when they least need it, when they're already struggling with really high rent and increased cost of everything.
This week, Premier Doug Ford said he was under pressure from colleges and universities to fill the growing gaps in their budgets. While the province offered up billions of dollars more to the institutions, students were told OSAP grants are going to be cut. Most of the funds from the province would now be repayable loans.
The most vulnerable are going to be taken care of.
You know, he didn't increase the disability rates when he first got in. He didn't allow increases in that for about 4 years. There's been no increase in Ontario Works. That's welfare. Under his watch, over 80,000 people have become unhoused. The most vulnerable are suffering in this province because of him. He ain't looking out for us.
But I don't believe in giving money to a family that's earning $200,000, $250,000 a year. The taxpayers don't believe in it.
Yes, the taxpayers don't believe that a family that's making $250,000 a year should get an 85% grant.
Plain and simple.
Global News tested out the Premier's claim on the province's own OSAP calculator and found that a student coming from a family with a household income of $250,000 is currently only eligible for a loan. The application also clearly states OSAP expects that your parents will help you with your education costs.
We aren't paying for students whose family income is over $250,000 to go to school. But I would go further and I would say, you know what, all this post-secondary education should be free. We should be able to go to these institutions for free. I'd be good with that. I'd be good with my taxpayer money helping students to go to school because we need doctors and engineers and electricians and, you know, teachers and all of that sort of stuff. We need them for a healthy society. And so if we allow the people who are dedicated and driven and what's the fucking word that's in my head right now? Not devoted, but motivated to go into certain programs because it's a calling to them, they should be able to fucking do it. I want people who want to be in these positions. I want people from a wide range of backgrounds to be doctors and psychiatrists and, you know, rehabilitation and all that sort of stuff, for teachers and everything. Fucking word. You're really interested in it. A passion of yours, huh? If you can go to school for a passion of yours, you should be able to. We should be paying for students because, you know, a well-educated population would benefit everyone. It does not benefit a conservative government because a well-educated population tends not to vote conservative. And so here's Doug Ford just flat out lying, saying, oh yeah, all of your taxpayer money going to those. Basically, again, it's the whole people on Ontario Works are taking advantage of the system, sitting in the basement at home watching Flintstones and eating cereal or something like that, when that's not the case. And here he is basically making it sound like, Oh yeah, people who come from families that make $250,000, they're just taking advantage of the system. They're taking advantage of all you decent taxpayers out there, and you don't want that now, do you? You don't want to be taken advantage of. They shouldn't. Well, we're not.
What he did with OSAP is going to hurt families, bottom line. And he knows that. But he's trying to skate past by saying, look at these people over here.
In 2023, there were nearly 450,000 students in Ontario receiving OSAP. The NDP has now launched a new campaign urging those students to flood the province with complaints.
I'll be providing you that link in just a moment.
Doug Ford has shown that he doesn't mind a good flip-flop, right? So we're going to hand him an opportunity.
The Premier has so far shown no signs of backing down on the province's OSAP overhaul. At Queen's Park, Colin DeMello, Global News.
So, that's about him not backing down and stuff, and this is where he gets into just being a real jackass. So somebody's just pointing out, Barney, saying, Doug's right, students should be studying subjects that lead to job, like running your dad's company 101, or how to rezone the greenbelt for your wedding guest 201. Get a load of what Doug Ford was saying about these people who need student loans. He's just such a
Sounds like he's getting a lot of backlash for changes that will make post-secondary education more expensive for Ontario students, but he insists he had no choice as the sector reached a crisis point.
I'll continue supporting and fighting for students, even though they're probably upset right now.
The Premier says he's been...
You think? Oh, well, they might be a little peeved at me right now that I'm only going to put them in crippling debt. You know, I get that they're going to be a little upset with me right now, but they'll get over it.
Fielding thousands of phone calls since his government announced changes to student aid last week that will see OSAP shift to a loan-heavy model, capping grants at 25%, down from 85%.
I've heard some nightmare stories on the other side as well, about kids going out there buying fancy watches and cologne and not needing it, and that doesn't fly with the
Oh, is that what people are doing with their grants? Their OSAP loans? A lot of my OSAP loan, I didn't even get. It just went directly to the college. But no, you know, you got to think about that handful of people that might be misusing their money and then use it to punish the entire group of people who get the loans, you know, because a couple people might be out there buying cologne. Because that's what college kids do. Yeah. Is cologne even a thing anymore? But yeah, they might be getting a fancy watch maybe too, because, you know, wrist watches and cologne. They might be misspending the money. And because, you know, we determine how they should be spending the money, if they don't spend it the way that we want or think they should, then we shouldn't give anyone the money.
taxpayers. I'll tell you that right now.
The Premier says the current system wasn't sustainable and contends bigger loans will hold students accountable.
You're picking basket weaving courses, and there's not too many baskets being sold out there. Go into healthcare, go into trades.
Nobody will be able to fucking do that under your program. People who wanted to go into healthcare and stuff like that won't be able to now. Because of you, Doug. Oh my fucking God. He just doesn't, like, oh no. They're just doing a basket weaving fucking course. That's not a thing. And you know what? Here's the thing. There is some onus on the colleges and universities here. They shouldn't be offering programs when there is no job market for said programs or whatever. But if a student pays for it, then they should be expecting some sort of employment at the end of it. But just this idea like, no, 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 it's on them. If they really mean it, if they really want it, they're not going to misspend the money if they're forced to hold down 2 jobs while going to school. Then they won't misspend the money. If we punish them enough, they won't spend it. If we make it so dire and desperate for them, they're not going to misspend the money according to what I think they should be spending it on. What a...
Those are where the jobs are, and then we're accountable to the taxpayers too.
But healthcare leaders tell us the changes will actually deter students from entering in-demand fields like medicine. Currently, the Ontario Nurses Association says the province is short roughly 25,000 registered nurses, and the new cap on OSAP grants could threaten the pipeline of future nurses.
Nursing students have a very heavy workload. Many of them cannot work a part-time job or a full-time job in addition to their education.
But oh no, they'll find a way if they really want it. Them, their family, they'll find the way.
They are strapped financially. They are struggling already. And many of them rely on OSAP.
With the legislature on break for another 5 weeks, the opposition using the pause to spotlight the crisis inside hospitals.
There was a time when this government said they were going to end hallway healthcare. Now, hallway healthcare is the norm.
We see the chaos, the hallway, the broom closet medicine that is occurring right now.
And we're going to pay for your...
While the Premier wasn't back in the chambers taking questions from opposition members, he did take questions from reporters.
Healthcare leaders were here today saying that hallway healthcare has worsened significantly under your government's watch. Has your government given up on ending hallway healthcare?
Well, what they should do is maybe look into their facts. There's no one that's invested more into healthcare than we have. We're poor.
He'll say this, but it's not technically a lie. Because in Ontario, we do invest more. Because we have the largest population. So if you just take it at number value compared to other provinces, then yes, we do invest more. But when you break it down per capita, well, Ontario's underspending. The other provinces are spending more per person than Ontario is, by a lot.
Money into the healthcare system.
But are you suggesting they're lying? Are you suggesting they're lying?
I don't suggest anyone's lying. It all depends on what they, what organization they're coming from. And you mentioned too, well, of course, there's never enough money, they believe.
And the Premier also said that he already has several programs in place to support healthcare students. He also added that he was under immense pressure to raise the tuition fee, which will officially be going up by 2% starting this fall. Cynthia.
Now, Tina.
Yep, so tuition fees are going up, and so is the portion of the rent, loan, not by a little, by a whole fucking lot. There are people who were fully planning on applying for college and university that will now have to be denied that dream of going to that higher education. Students right now who in the fall would be in one of these institutions will now have to say, I can't go anymore. And how are all these markets out there that he wants filled going to do when we have absolutely nobody left to fill it because nobody can go to school for it? What will the colleges and university do for money when students can just no longer afford to go there? Because there's been that crackdown on international students, and that's a federal thing. So how are they going to then be filling the holes that they were upset that Doug Ford wasn't filling earlier? So if they can't have all the international students and students just stop applying because they can't afford it anymore, how well are those colleges and universities going to do? So, yeah. T-Dot, well, let's listen to what Doug Ford has to say here first.
I mentioned to the students, you have to invest in your future, into in-demand jobs, because a lot of the students, I'm not one to say, like you're picking basket weaving courses and there's not too many baskets being sold out there. Go into healthcare, go into trades, go into jobs of the future. Focus on STEM, science, technology.
Yeah. So we heard that, and T-Dot just saying, says the guy who let tens of thousands of international students enroll in community colleges in general business certificate programs because he wanted cheap labor for Tim Hortons and Amazon. Yes, he allowed a lot of people to, a lot of these colleges in stuff, pop-up locations that had diplomas that were nothing, that amounted to nothing, and he allowed that to happen. But here's where just the audacity and the lack of self-awareness comes in, the way that he's scolding people for, you know, not picking the right courses or spending the money inappropriately. What the it just makes me so mad that nobody calls him out on this. Early life, family, and education. Born in Etobicoke, Ontario, Douglas Robert Ford Jr. was the second of 4 children of who fucking cares. He graduated grade 12. Then he attended Humber College for 2 fucking months before dropping out with no diploma. Yes, the Premier of Ontario does not have a college diploma. He dropped out and he went directly into his family's business and then drove that into the ground, but he was born a millionaire. He didn't fucking finish college, one that his family could have easily paid for him to do, and he was just given everything on a silver fucking platter. And he has the audacity and the gall to shame other people and how they might be spending their OSAP money, to shame them for what courses they're taking, to tell people, well, if you really want it, you'll figure out a way. You know, if we make the conditions so much harsher for you, then maybe you'll spend the money the appropriate way. Says the man who wants to spend $100 billion fucking dollars on a tunnel under the highway. Oh my God. There is not enough rage in this province towards him. There is not enough angry people. There should be protests at Queen's Park every fucking day. Everywhere Doug Ford goes, there should be people calling him out on his bullshit. How are you just not enraged by him? I don't fucking get it. Like, it's just... I tried my best before the last election, but my teeny tiny videos only got like 100 views. And why? It's just, we'll get to it in just a second, but it just makes me so mad. Some of the Gen Zers are waking up to it, though. Truth, Doug Ford sold drugs in high school, dropped out of college, nearly bankrupt the once very successful family business he was handed, cashed in on political success of his brother, and is now destroying Ontario by playing a giant con on the people of Ontario. Not to mention the skill money that he had, the program that he had for that. He was just giving money away to corporations that were making a hell of a lot more than $250 a year. But here's a TikTok about kids these days need to work harder. They're lazy and need to work harder. Right, Doug Ford?
You're picking basket weaving courses, and there's not too many baskets being sold out there.
I know, right? Kids these days, lazy. It's their fault. It's all their fault. They're unemployed picking basket weaving courses. We got to do it the way Dougie did it. You got to sell drugs in high school, and then you got to drop out of college after 2 months, and then get a job at your dad's company. Run that company into the ground, and then you're going to piggyback off of your brother's political career.
Yep.
You just got to work harder, kids. Smarter.
Yep. That's... I should have gotten into those drug dealings when I was in high school. I knew people who took drugs. So here is T-Dot also pointing out Doug Ford gave skills development fund to people making way more than $250 a year. Yeah. The most vulnerable are going to be taken care of, says Premier Doug Ford. Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. It's just what pisses me off. This was from a Reddit, I guess. I regret voting for Doug Ford. So, this past election, I voted for Doug Ford. During this time frame, I was apolitical, not understanding how Canadian politics work at the time. So, this was my first time voting for provincial. I went to the voting booth with my Maple MAGA dad and also was stuck in line in the online alt-right pipeline. Due to a lack of knowledge, I voted Conservative, thinking I am voting Trudeau out. It wasn't until I got home and that I realized I voted for the wrong candidate. Since then, I have done research on how our politics work. I'm not an expert, but still, I am way more knowledgeable now and will never vote Conservative ever. Are you fucking kidding me? Doug Ford is going to burn this province to the ground because people thought that by voting for him, they were going to vote out Justin Trudeau on the federal level. This isn't the only guy. There's lots, actually. And I tried my best with my videos, and I tried my best with my critiques towards all the parties running. That you need to educate people in your little ads that you're putting out on how this fucking system works. On voting eligibility, on how to vote early, on the fact of what you do as an MPP and what services that provides. Because all too often, the Conservatives will blame the provincial Liberal governments, or the provincial Conservatives will blame the federal Liberals for things that they're doing wrong. All the fucking time. All the fucking time. People have no clue what jurisdiction means when it comes to the different levels of government in this country. And I try my best with my teeny tiny little channel, the whole get informed, get involved slogan I have. And it just drives me fucking crazy because of dumbasses like this guy. And yeah, I'm going to call him a dumbass. There are people who are unhoused that would have still had a home. There are people who will not make it to the next fucking election because of the policies that Doug Ford is putting through. And here he is doing an oopsie. I'll vote better next time. No, what are you going to do now to make up for these mistakes you made? What is everyone else who's finally waking up to the horrible monster that Doug Ford is? What are they going to do now for those people, those vulnerable people that Doug Ford claims he's trying to protect? What are all those people out there going to do to protect us until the next election to make sure we actually get there? It's fine if you fuck up, but you have to own those mistakes and make reparations for them. Everyone who's living on disability. If we had any other government in power right now, our rates would have been doubled. What are you going to say to that population in this province who don't make it to the next election because they couldn't afford to live? You don't get to fucking oopsie this one and promise to do better next time. You need to do something now. It just pisses me off so much. Urgh. Here's the fucking link. If you are in Ontario and you don't sign this, I'm gonna hunt you down. And ban you, not just from my channel, but from like the internet. I don't know. I'll do something. We're not done. Still got a little bit more. Priorities, people, priorities. Doug Ford approved 6 a.m. alcohol sales in Ontario for Team Canada gold medal game. I don't even know if we went. I'm not paying attention to Olympics at all. But yeah, Premier Doug Ford says bars and restaurants across Ontario will be permitted to begin serving alcohol at 6 a.m. because that's what you need on your ride to work. I suppose this is Sunday, so a lot of people aren't necessarily working, but still. Why not be drunk before you go to church? Priorities, people, priorities. Doug Ford says the entire country will be watching on Sunday morning as our men's hockey team plays for Olympic gold. Was he saying anything about the women's team? To help us celebrate Team Canada, the province will be allowing bars and restaurants across the province to sell alcohol starting at 6 a.m. I didn't read the rest of that. Let's all come together to support local businesses and cheer on Team Canada. Priorities, people. Get drunk. Be uneducated and get fucking drunk. Sylvia Jones, Minister of Health, Deputy Premier and Minister of Health, provincial. By investing in primary care, teaching clinics, we are training the next generation of clinicians while connecting 300,000 more people to care. Last week, I toured TMU's Integrated Health Center. One of 2 clinics opened in Brampton this week to connect 14,000 people to care. This is the 2-tiered healthcare system. This is if you pay. If you pay. And look at all those nice clean halls and stuff. I'm not playing the audio because it's just music. Oh yeah, nice clean. You'll get seen when you want and all that sort of stuff. Just look at all the money the province is spending on these so that you can pay to get some health care. Yep, they're now open and accepting new patients if you pay. As this person says, this is a right-wing lunatic trying to make private health care look appealing. Pretty pictures of empty hallways in a private clinic. Sylvia does not show pictures of the mess she created in our hospitals lined with 6 people waiting for overworked nurses and doctors. Yep. Look at how appealing this private clinic is. You know, just ante up for that student loan you're going to have to pay and ante up for this and your life will be good. Your life will be good. It'll be good. It'll be so good. Just pay these corporations so much money. Yeah, and try not to pay attention to all the corporations this government is just shoveling money over to. All the contracts and stuff to international interests, not Canadian ones. Yeah. Just all the money being taken out of healthcare and put into a luxury spa, because who doesn't need a luxury spa? You know, just go to the spa, take a day at the spa. Everything will be better after a spa day. Get that medi-pedi going on and you'll feel like a new person when you look at your empty cupboards at home and see that you have no fucking food. People in this province do not hate this government enough. They do not despise him enough. And everyone in his party, there's just and it is a travesty that the Liberals and the NDP blew it so fucking hard in the last election. There's no excuse. Maybe if they both weren't the same person running, one party might have had a better chance, but I blame them. I also blame the voters. But I blame Doug Ford. You can go back and see my videos. I was really proud of them. They were good videos. You can go back and see my videos. I made 2 of them about the election of February last year, I think it was. One that led into it and one that was recapping the results. They were really good videos. If people knew the truth, if people knew and paid enough attention to actually know what Doug Ford was doing, nobody would vote for him. Close tabs. Close, 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 close. Keep that one open so I sign it as soon as I'm off here. I'm not going to sign the Save OSAP on screen because you don't need to know my private details. But I will be signing it and getting all the obnoxious emails, campaign emails from the NDP, but small sacrifice, small sacrifice. And if you're living in Ontario and watching this video, you damn well, I shared it in there. I shared it in there in the SandBox. You better be signing this too. Ugh. You know, and I'm saying this as somebody who's not planning on going back to college or university. You know, my loans were paid off a while ago. I don't have a diploma, but I did do 2 years of, I got a certificate program. Worst mistake in my life was not actually finishing through and getting an actual diploma in arts and science or something, because that has been the biggest barrier to me getting a job, is not having that box ticked of college diploma. Even though I was getting honors. I just didn't realize at the time. But yeah. I don't want others to suffer the way that I did. I want their lives to be better than mine. That's why we do this. I don't have kids. My life is pretty much flatlined. Like, I'm not expecting any real massive improvements here. I don't want other people to live this life. I want them to live to their full potential. That's why we do this. And Doug Ford is just taking all of that potential and putting it down at garbage disposal. It's disgusting. Checking the SandBox. We have one more docket to go through. It's not exactly a great docket. I'm just saying it's pretty bad. I might want to get in there a drink before we do that. It's not like a huge long one. Trickle of good news in there. Bad news. Trickle of good news. And for any of you pond jumpers still with me, we're talking about the UK. Checking SandBox. Philip Blair, who's Doug Ford speaking for? Talking about the family day and whatnot. Yes, synonymous. Ontario is just Toronto. I had that joke once in a Rebel HQ video. When I was talking about Ontario and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, for you Americans watching who don't know, Ontario is just right next to Toronto. And there's some people down in the comments that were like, oh, ha ha, funny, I get it. Ontario's probably nowhere near Toronto. And then the Canadians in the comments are like, mm-hmm. I love putting in that Canadian humor to Americans and playing on their ignorance of everything up here. But sometimes it just hurts to know how ignorant Canadians are towards our own system. The Wild West. We are the Toronto public. We want to shop. We want to get into the Eaton Centre. It is a public place. It says it's open till 7 o'clock. Why are you closed? Synonymous, for those out of the loop, a while back there was a shooting or a bomb threat or something at the Eaton Centre, and some tourists were mad they couldn't get in and was banging, yelling on the doors. Some people. Mumi, when I started university, 6,000 covered my tuition, books, my residence, and my meal plan today. You can't even take a single course for 6,000. Reference frame. Fancy watches are the new avocado toast. Wild West, I went to college for print journalism, and it was 9/11, doomed. Ugh. I almost did a course for photojournalism. I wish I had taken that one. It's just the campus was so far isolated from anything, and I didn't have a car. But the campus was like literally in the middle of nowhere. Like you would have to take a bus to just into town, like a 20-minute bus ride into town to go to a grocery store or something. I should have taken that course though. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Reference frame, Doug Ford wanted to buy a basket on Family Day, but Home Depot was closed. Oh, that's it. That's it. And the Wild West also pointing out Sandy couldn't get a basket at Michael's either because of woke. That's exactly it. Neural right, we all need to be more angry and using that anger to fuel our revolutionary spirit. The Wild West, Doug should be forced to watch this. I would love to be in a scrum with him. Scrum, for those, it might sound dirty if you just say it like that, but media scrum, where I'm one of the media people in the circle asking him questions. I would love to just once be in that little scrum there and ask him a couple of questions with some follow-ups. I would love to be there to talk to him about that OSAP thing, saying, aren't you a college dropout? Oh. Reference frame, the privatization of our services continue uninterrupted. Hello, Marty. Okay. Let's get on to the last docket. I end it with some good news. But I've just been feeling a little sensitive towards this right now. For those of you who might be new to the SandBox, I am non-binary. That's what this flag is right here. Non-binary and pansexual. That's why I made this non-binary flag with a pansexual heart. She, her pronouns are fine. They, them pronouns are fine. Just prefer not to be called a woman or a lady or a girl, because I'm not any of those. And there was a shooting recently in Canada, school shooting, and the perpetrator was a trans girl. Right wing has just been going berserk over that. And it's been rough the last little while. A lot more of anti-trans rhetoric out there. People being threatened. And then you have places like the UK that are just banning healthcare, puberty blockers for kids. United States is banning healthcare for trans kids as well. And it's just, we don't have any champions in our governments for this. Like in Canada, again, we're not under attack the same way, unless you're in Alberta. And then you are under attack in the same way. But federally, you're not under attack in the same way here in Canada. But we're still feeling it because we're still under attack from the right wing. But we don't have, like in Canada, in the UK, in the United States, where are our champions that are saying, no, puberty blockers should be available to trans teenagers, trans care should be provided throughout their stages of life. And that's the appropriate care because, so many bills about those surgeries that aren't happening to minors. But there's nobody. And I think it's in one of these tabs that I'm going to open up, and that's part of the problem is you have the right wing raging about it and making it a deal and pushing these bills to these anti-trans bills and things of that sort. And the liberals and the Democrats are just like, we're just not going to say anything. So then the only thing people hear is this anti-trans rhetoric. And there's some subtle things that people need to watch out for, like when people talk about, you can talk about trans issues, because then you're implying that it's the issues trans folks face. But a lot of right-wingers will say the trans issue, as in it's trans people that are the issue. Sometimes it's just subtle language like that. Trans people are not an issue, but we've got issues. Oh. But we are not the issue. So I am person here is just saying, I think part of the problem is the average right winger. Oh, this is the thing that I was just talking about. The average right winger talks about trans people genocidally, and the average Democrats doesn't talk about us at all anymore. And so they're posting a thing that Matt Walsh had tweeted out, but I am person is replying to this person who says the trans rights backlash is extremely real and very worrying for progressives. The public is aligned with conservatives on several issues like sports, restrooms, and minors' access to care. It's possible the worst issue for the progressives I've ever polled. I'll be looking over that article a little bit. And so I am person just had this post from Matt Walsh. Everything I've said about transgenderism for the past 10 years has been absolutely correct and totally vindicated. Now I'm telling you that the trans violence we've seen so far is nothing compared to what's coming if we don't treat trans ideology as a severe public safety hazard and crack down on it immediately and aggressively. He wants to genocide trans folks. That's it. That's it. He just wants all trans folks gone. How does that happen? And again, he's referring to trans people as being violence, as opposed to the violence perpetrated against trans folks is the issue. But here's the argument where this poll was coming from. Now, a lot of you know, I'm not a fan of polls. Not a fan of polls. Because I could have told you this, that there's been a strong turn in people accepting people in washrooms and change rooms and sports and stuff. And it's for the reason Onion Person was saying, is that the only rhetoric out there people are hearing is the genocidal rhetoric. But then you get centrists, or these people of the left who claim to be of the left, that are like, no, you're right. Trans women is on sports, that's going too far. Trans women in washrooms, that's going too far. We'll give you that. So not only are they not saying anything, the people in power, but then you also have influencers that are like, we agree with you on some of your issues when it comes to trans folks. There are no champions out there that are really pushing back. Like you have the Majority Report, Sam and Emma, massive champions. Francesca, massive champion. But they don't get platformed nearly as much as these right-wingers who are talking about it. Or the people of the left who go on these right-wing shows and say, I'm with you. I'm with you on these things. But, they deserve to have some rights, just not all rights. Let us, a couple cis people here, sit here and debate which human rights trans folks should have. But they don't include trans folks in those conversations. And so it doesn't surprise me. And this change in direction, this change in polling, it doesn't mean that they're vindicated. It doesn't mean that they're right. It just means that people are becoming more bigoted. Like a poll doesn't make something a human rights thing. Because if you look at human rights around the world, there's some places where they're extremely unpopular, but that doesn't mean, like, just because a human right isn't popular doesn't make it not a human right. So the human rights of trans folks might not be popular, but they're still human rights. And trans folks are deserving of human rights. They're not up for debate. They're not up for concessions. You know, you don't cede ground on these issues. But as you see, yeah. Voters want transgender athletes to compete with their birth sex, strongly support, somewhat support, blah, blah, blah. Just because somebody has an opinion doesn't make it right. Especially, you know, and part of the reason why I have issues with polls, is that the wording of the questions can skew the results. So, do voters support or oppose a national law that would require transgender athletes in K-12 to compete with the gender matching their biological sex? That doesn't explain anything about hormones or what that does to the body or anything of that sort. It doesn't, you know, if you just say it like this, then some people who are uneducated might see, well, that seems unfair. So a lot of the times it's the way that the questions are being asked that can be problematic. Do people support or oppose national laws enacting each of the following policies? Allow gender surgery for minors when deemed medically necessary by doctors with parental consent. See, what they're not saying here is that gender surgery for minors, the only gender surgery that happens for minors would be top surgery. Bottom surgery does not happen, but this doesn't clarify that. And it doesn't clarify that cis children undergo these surgeries all the fucking time. Cis children go through cosmetic surgeries all the fucking time, and there's no issues with those. And so this question doesn't properly frame the issue because bottom surgeries are not happening on minors. And so when you just say gender surgery for minors, that sounds scary. And, oh, we shouldn't be allowing, you know, children to change their genitalia, even with parental consent. Allow puberty blockers for minors when deemed medically necessary by doctors with parental consent. Prohibiting the teaching of gender identity in public elementary schools. Require transgender people to use public restrooms corresponding with their birth sex, which is problematic for so many reasons, and we'll get into a few of them. But scroll down to the bottom, and this is, and I'll show you why. That's the question that was up above. Do you support or oppose a national law that would permit gender reassignment surgery for minors with doctoral and parental consent? But it's not explaining what that means and the fact that bottom surgeries don't happen. But if we scroll down to the bottom, methodology. So our poll was fielded between February 4th and 10th, 2026, and surveyed 3,003 registered voters across the nation. This is why I don't like polls. 3,003. That's it. Of people who opt into this sort of thing. People who don't have to prove their age or gender or education or race or anything of that sort. They just have to tick boxes. And the people who tend to fill out these surveys tend to be older, tend to be, you know, maybe more online, more red pilled, all this sort of stuff. Like, this isn't, polling isn't a very accurate way of really finding out what the populace is. You have to talk to people, and that can be challenging. You have to talk to them, have conversations with them, you know, find out what they think is meant by gender reassignment surgery, and then start saying, well, this is what it actually means. And then seeing what they think. It's, yeah. So somebody pointing out, so Riley Gaines was just saying threats towards trans people are threats towards all women. They literally just string words together and hope we're all too stupid to realize what they're saying makes zero sense. And somebody pointing out to her that, but that's exactly what happens. Bathroom ban passes, women get stalked and harassed in stalls by vigilantes. Sport ban passes, girls with short hair get harassed and accused of being boys. Because enforcing anti-trans policies requiring dictating who's woman enough to everyone. Yes, anti-trans bills hurts cisgendered women as well. Specifically, girls of color, girls and women of color. And so this was just Heather McBride talking about this issue.
We should be clear that the consequences of this anti-trans effort, not only out of proximity, but out of intentionality, will include consequences for women of all backgrounds. Because at the end of the day, transphobia, homophobia, misogyny, and sexism are all rooted in the same prejudice. The belief that one perception at birth should dictate who you are, how you act, what you do, who you love, and how you dress. And it's why threats toward trans people are threats toward all women. We should be clear.
Mm-hmm. But Riley Gaines is still sour that she had to share that 5th place with a trans woman in swimming. So Helen Joyce reveals plans to use fears around trans kids as stepping stone to eliminate trans in public life. And this is an article from October 2024. And this has always been the case. And it's happening in the States. It's happening in Alberta, where it's not just about protecting the kids. It's about expanding it to include adults. And then it'll be about expanding it to people who are just gay, who are queer in any way. And expanding and expanding and expanding and taking away more and more and more rights. But in a speech given to a conference in Lisbon held by anti-trans conversion therapy lobbying group GenSpec, Sex Matters Director Helen Joyce discussed a campaigning roadmap to a total end to the trans child, and then following on that from the abolition of the concept and practice of transition among adults. First, in places where there's someone who knows who everyone is and has a duty of care, for example, prisons and workplaces, and that spaces too, because if men can't use the women's toilet at work, then why on earth are we letting them do so in the shopping center? And that's a speech from Joyce laying out the motivations and stuff. And who is she? She's this person. An Irish journalist and gender critical activist. She studied as mathematician, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, people like her are given credibility in the media. And the same thing is happening here in Canada with the right wing. I was talking earlier about the Toronto Sun and the fact that somebody could go on there and spew anti-immigration rhetoric. Whenever you see them on these news programs, they're being given credibility on this. And somebody like her should have no credibility on this. She's not trans. She needs to keep her damn mouth shut. Because a lot of cis people are also going to be harmed by this if they don't conform to the ideals of what a woman should be. And there's a lot of cis women who don't conform to those ideals. But it's the media, it's the people who take them seriously the politicians and stuff, as opposed to just laughing at them. And we'll get to something about that at the end. They should just be laughed off the stage when they say shit like this. They should not be taken seriously. But the fact that you have the media and the politicians and they're passing legislations and they bring these people on as some sort of expert to talk about this when they have no expertise in this area. They have no authority to speak on it, yet they're given that ground as instead of somebody who actually does have authority to speak on these issues. She's allowed on media to talk about this, but a trans woman is not. So India, who just followed me back, by the way, what a fucking disgrace. This is totally unacceptable. And she's replying to, again, this thing here. The Department of Health says the clinical trial of giving puberty blockers to children has been paused. So a lot of trans children who might have been undergoing treatment and stuff, it's just been ripped away from them. And any child that was about to enter puberty, this option has just been ripped away from them, even if they had the support of their families. In fact, not even if. They would have had to. A child can't get access to gender-affirming care if they don't have support from their guardians. So she says, what a fucking disgrace. This is totally unacceptable. Trans people have zero say over our health care. We are dictated to by our enemies, the gender criticals. It's kind of like, you know, how Israel will dictate to Palestinians what their laws should be type thing. Puberty blockers are totally safe. You prescribe them to cis kids, you fuckers. You are a disgrace. West Streeting, the most transphobic country in the world. 50 dead kids so far because of this. Torture disguised as conversion therapy. By 14, puberty is already taking effect. Scandal, billionaires and connections. An evangelical health minister. This country is so corrupt. Yes, if you force a trans child to go through puberty without the treatment, then there's irreparable changes happening to them, because so many people will say, well, they might have regret. Regret rate is 1%. Well, these hormones and stuff, they will cause irreparable changes in the child's body. So does puberty. So does puberty. Without the aids of hormones treatment, they will still undergo that. But then they're undergoing the puberty that they do not identify with, and that can be very traumatic for the child. To see their body forming in a way that is so detached from who they feel inside. Another tweet from her, 50 dead trans kids officially since puberty blockers were restricted, then banned for trans, but still available to cis. And that's where a lot of the discrimination comes in, is that these treatments that trans folks get are being banned when it's used in the context of trans folks, for gender affirming care for trans folks. But if cis people want these same surgeries, then it's completely fine. So if there's a young girl who has an overdeveloped chest and she wants a chest reduction, or if there's a boy who developed a chest and wants a chest reduction, nobody questions that. Yeah, when they're kids, nobody questions that. But if it's a trans child that doesn't want to develop a chest, well, suddenly now it's an issue. Puberty blockers are suddenly an issue when a trans child wants to use it, but when cis children need to use it, then it's totally acceptable and understandable, and it doesn't cause irreversible damages when it's a cis child, apparently. Like, apparently, puberty blockers will cause irreversible damage, as they like to claim, when the child is trans. So, but it doesn't when the child is cis. Because if it was causing irreversible damage, then you would ban it for both. But it's also in the United States, so conservatives want to force kids to through the wrong puberty and increase suicides. Conservatives are pro-child suicide. So this person seems happy with this Fox News thing. Wow, hospitals across the nation are shutting down gender transition surgeries for children. Praise God. The only ones that would be having surgery again are just rare cases of top surgery. Again, there's no bottom surgery being done on youth. None. It's a made-up concern. It's a made-up fear. But yeah, let's just keep on denying access to trans kids for the life-saving, medical care that they need. Life-changing, life-saving, life-affirming. And this is from the New York Times. With new momentum, Republican states push broader limits for trans Americans. In states that once focused mainly on healthcare and sports for transgender minors, debates now revolve around the validity of transgender identity. Not just kids, just everyone. After a year in which Trump administration has pressed to limit the ways Americans can identify as transgender in public life, Republicans are pushing the issue at the state level with new zeal. With the legislative session underway in most states, hundreds of bills restricting transgender rights are under consideration as social conservatives seek to capitalize on Trump's administration tailwind and a shift in public opinion to codify an understanding of sex and gender binary and fixed. This is a genocide. It's a genocide. I know people get real apprehensive about using that word, but this is what you're doing. It's what you're doing. This is what this is. To eradicate trans folks from public life. The word for that is genocide. In Kansas, lawmakers voted on Wednesday to invalidate the driver's license of transgender residents who changed their gender markers on their license under a state policy that started allowing such changes almost 2 decades ago. Idaho's House of Representatives this week advanced a bill that would allow people to sue private businesses that allow transgender people to use restrooms consistent with their gender identity. So yeah, just random people can sue private businesses for respecting people's rights. The conservatives all about private businesses being able to do what they want, unless it's something they don't want them to do. Then suddenly everyone should be allowed to sue them for that thing. In Utah, legislators are weighing removing transgender people from groups protected by a state law barring discrimination in housing and employment. Oklahoma lawmakers are considering expanding the state's ban on gender transition medical treatment for minors to include adults. And in Florida, House panel has advanced a bill prohibiting public sector employees from requiring workers to use the preferred pronouns of transgender coworkers. The barrage of bills follows a 6-year stretch in which 27 states legislators controlled by Republicans focus restrictions mainly on health care and sports for transgender minors. This year's proposals are more sweeping. They address trans adults as well as youth, seek to close loopholes in earlier laws, and mandate harsher penalties for violations. In state houses where lawmakers have previously sparred over specific scenarios, whether a trans girl who has not gone through male puberty has an advantage in track, for example, debates are now revolved around the essential validity of transgender identity. Instead of arguing over whether transgender 16-year-olds should wait until the age of 18 to get access to cross-sex hormones, the question being posed in states like Kansas is whether, for the purpose of state law, someone can be trans at all. President Trump issued an executive order last year asserting that a person's sex is determined at conception and cannot be changed, but most efforts by federal agencies to carry out that order are being challenged in the courts. That has left much of the immediate action on the issues to the states. My passport has an X gender marker. My birth certificate has an X gender marker. According to President Donald Trump, I don't exist. I have to pick one. I have to pick a side. And I'm worried here in Canada, because especially in Alberta, a lot of that rhetoric tends to travel north. And There's no talk of it now, but I'm worried it's not too far in the future where people who have had their birth certificates updated, that they'll somehow get rescinded and change back. Because I was born in Alberta. So when I got that change done, it had to be done in the Alberta system. So there'd be a chance that they would rescind my birth certificate. So May Mailman, the director of Independent Women's Law Center, a legal advisory group who helped to craft Mr. Trump's executive order, said the federal government has leverage on the issues, but your day-to-day life is going to be governed by the states. Sponsors of these bills say they are necessary for protecting women, ensuring fair competition, and shielding teenagers from medical transition that they may later regret. Or forcing them through a puberty they are definitely going to regret. The may versus will. Doesn't seem to matter to these bastards. They also frame their proposals in a broader term, arguing that biological sex is the most meaningful way to categorize individuals, and that affirming gender identities that don't line up with a person's sex is a denial of reality, which comes with its own harms. And that's a whole lot of bullshit. And yeah, none of these people actually care about women's sports. If they did, they would stop the sex abuse that happens in them, primarily from their cis male coaches. I'm just saying that's more of a problem. That's way more of a problem, is the misogyny within these organizations and all the girls that are taken advantage of. That's way, way more of a problem than a few transgender athletes who are no problem at all, especially if they've gone through transition and are on the hormones and stuff like that. Their advantage is so minuscule it doesn't even matter. So supporters of transgender rights say they view this year's state proposals as a concerted effort to chip away at the protections of trans people at the state level to build support for even broader limits at a national level. There's a clear pathway between the states and federal policies under this administration, said Reverend Jasmine Beach Ferreira, Executive Director, Campaign for Southern Equality and LGBTQ Advocacy Organization based in North Carolina. Our general analysis is that they will go as far as they think they can in enforcing what's fundamentally a very narrow ideological position, that being transgender does not exist, that it is not a reality. And the same thing kind of happens with other right-wing lunatic dictators. The genocide in Gaza is going to continue until Netanyahu finishes what he set out to do, or unless other nations with power pressure him not to, pressure him to stop, force him to stop. These bans for trans folks are going to go through until these right-wingers get everything they want and eradicate trans people from public life, or unless there's enough political pressure from within to force them to stop. But as Onion Person was saying earlier, a lot of the Democrats, a lot of the liberals, they just don't say anything. There are no champions with power. You know, I think Zach Polanski, I think he's been vocal about trans rights and stuff, but he doesn't have power right now. So it's the people in power. We need a champion with power to be saying these things. Indeed, conservative activists said that rising the prospect of broader restrictions at a state level could pressure Democrats in Congress to help enact limits on access to sports and medical transition for minors nationwide. There are more states past these common sense protections that help create momentum for ultimate federal action, says Matt Sharp, Director of Legislative Advocacy for Alliance Defending Freedom. Yeah, the freedom to do what we tell you. a group that has crafted legislation on sports limitations that many red states have enacted. We would love to see these protections, no matter where a woman lives, whether she's in California or Florida. Yes, we would love to impose our ideology on other people, no matter where they are in the country. Over the last decade, many Democrats have argued that gender identity is central to who someone is and that excluding transgender people from sports and public accommodations is a form of discrimination. Starting in 2015, Democrats sought to amend the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to include gender identity as a protected class. Oh, so this article is a lot longer. I'm running out of steam, as I usually am about this time of the stream, so I'm just going to toss this in to the SandBox. I was reading as much of it as I could because this is my one yearly New York Times article that I can read. Everything else would be behind a paywall, I think, from the rest of the year. So I was hoping to get in as much as I could. I tried. I'm fading out, and there's still a fair bit to go through. So Jenna Taylor here is just saying, TERFs and transphobes. What rights do you not have? No TRAs seem to be able to answer this. So that would be trans right activists. I'm only going to do this once. Here you go. Because yeah, there's a lot of rights that trans folks don't have. So Jenna says, in America, discrimination usually happens through a lack of legal protections, legal carve-outs, or uneven enforcement of the law, not through signs that say no trans people allowed. Here's what happens. Here's what trans people still lack equal rights and access to in the United States. There is no comprehensive federal civil rights that explicitly protect trans people across employment, housing, public accommodations, education, healthcare, credit, and jury service. Our protections entirely depend on where we live, which judge we get, and which political party is currently in power. That alone is unequal rights. Employment. Trans people can still be fired in many situations, especially by small businesses and religious employers. Enforcement is inconsistent and loopholes are massive. Public accommodations. In many states, businesses can legally deny service access to bathrooms, hotels, or entry just because someone is trans, and businesses can be sued for accommodating trans folks now, depending on where you are. Healthcare. Trans people are routinely denied medical necessary care, turned away by providers, or excluded by insurance, even for non-trans related treatment once their status is known. Identification. Some states require surgery to change your gender marker, which is in practice forced sterilization. Courts orders or make it outright impossible to do so. This affects our ability to vote, obtain employment, travel, and interact with the police safely. There are some people, some trans folks, who don't want gender reassignment surgery. You know, they're still a woman and they might have a penis, but they don't, maybe they do want to have children in the future. Maybe they're concerned about what the outcomes of the surgery will be. Maybe they don't afford it. Maybe they're fine with their body and they just want to present the way that, you know, identifies with the gender they feel and be acknowledged as that gender. You know, regardless of what body parts they have. It doesn't make it any less valid to be a trans person with no intention of gender reassignment surgery. Education. Identification. So this affects our ability to vote, obtain employment, travel, and interact with police safely. Education. Schools can bar trans students from faculties, out them to parents, refuse names, pronouns, and exclude them from activities. Prisons and shelters. Prisons is scary. Trans people are often housed incorrectly, denied hormones, placed in solitary confinement for protection, which violates human rights law, and refused access to domestic violence shelter, which just leads to extremely high assault rates. And in prisons, sometimes what happens to trans women, it's absolutely horrific. Parental rights. Courts have removed children or limited custody because a parent is trans, something that is illegal if you were to do so based on race or religion, for example. Hate crimes and protections. Okay, we're almost done. I'm running out of steam. I'm sorry. Hate crimes and protections. The very They vary wildly by state and are often not enforced despite trans people facing some of the highest rates of violence in the country. And we are the only group of people who are facing hundreds of bills at the federal, state, and local government levels being passed to strip our healthcare education access and ability to participate in public life. The truth here is simple. Trans people technically have abstract constitutional rights like everyone else, but we lack explicit civil rights protections that other groups experience at scale. If your rights depend on what your zip code is, who your judge is, or who won the last election, you do not have equal rights. This is why trans rights are a civil rights issue, not because we want special rights, because we want the same legal protections afforded to every other group of people. If you have to ask what rights we lack while opposing every law that would protect us, then you already know the answer. Really, really brilliant post from Jenna. And just going to go back to the topic of the shooting that happened here in Canada recently from the trans girl. Just another visual of what we really need to be worried about is those cisgender folks. Because I don't even think you can see it on the screen here, but there's like a little line here. And that's for everyone who isn't cisgender that, does the mass shootings. So gender identity demographics of mass shooters in the United States between January 1st, 2013 and September 15, 2025. Approximately 1% of the United States population identifies as transgender. Yet 0.09% were transgender of the mass shooters, were transgender or non-binary. So that's 5 of them. And unconfirmed gender identity was 3. And even combined, that still doesn't even make up 1%. Meanwhile, cisgender people are 99.9%. So cisgender people we gotta look out for. And so we're still having to push back against how people are framing what happened here with the tragedy that it is. So Katie Miller is just... We'll get into the OpenAI thing in a minute, but she says, Canadian trans shooter was flagged via internal systems at OpenAI for writings about real-world violence, blah, 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 blah. Why couldn't you just say the shooter? Why do you have to insert the shooter was trans? Because regardless of what gender the shooter was, the OpenAI would have been flagging what they were doing. What they were doing wasn't based on their gender. It was violent stuff on Roblox and all that sort of stuff that OpenAI would have flagged regardless of their gender. So why are people constantly just saying that? As Jeremy Apple says, what does this have to do with her being trans? It has nothing to do with her being trans. OpenAI would have flagged her regardless of her gender. Speaking of that, federal government raises concerns over OpenAI safety measures after BC tragedy. I do believe I want to watch the video on this one. Gives my voice a break, which is good right now.
The Tumbler Ridge Killer's online account banned in June 2025 for violating policy. OpenAI, which owns ChatGPT, telling Global News the account used by
18-year-old Jessie Van Rootselaar was essentially flagged for promoting violence. But what precisely was the concerning content? The company did not say. According to the Wall Street Journal, OpenAI employees raised alarms about Van Rootselaar's online behavior, but company leadership did not alert Canadian authorities. Balancing privacy and public safety, OpenAI spokesperson Kayla Wood telling Global News, "We determined at the time the case did not meet our threshold to refer it to police because we did not identify credible or imminent planning."
Make sure I turn this on. There is a common trend with mass shooters. in that the signs were there. So many mass shooters, it's like, well, they were flagged. Well, they were no mental health issues. Well, this and that and the other thing. A lot of these mass shootings could have been prevented. Like in the States, the guns are definitely an issue, the access to guns. But a lot of these could have been prevented because the signs were there. They were being flagged. There were being questions. There were being concerns. But nobody actually stepped in to help the person with their mental health issues. Nobody did that part of the actual, let's intervene before they go on that rampage.
Global News has obtained screen grabs of a video game believed to be created by the killer, which depicts a person going through a shopping mall shooting people. On February 10th, Van Roetselaar gunned down 8 people in Tumbler Ridge, including 6 innocent children.
RCMP say a potential motive still has not been established. The Mounties confirm OpenAI reached out to them after the shootings. The company tells us it will continue to support the police investigation.
Yeah, after the shootings. Wow, that's great. Let's see, I just need to... So a little bit more from the article. Canada's Minister of Artificial Intelligence says Ottawa is seeking answers from OpenAI and other artificial intelligence platforms following the deadly shootings in Tumbler Ridge, BC. This is a horrifying tragedy in Tumbler Ridge, which has left families and the unthinkable shaken communities across Canada. So recent statements from the OpenAI confirmed that the shooter was flagged while using the platform ChatGPT last summer. Solomon said Canadians expect online platforms, including OpenAI, to have a robust safety protocols and escalation practices to help protect public safety. Premier David Eby of BC says reports alleging OpenAI may have had related intelligence prior to the attack are profoundly disturbing. We have confirmed with police that they are pursuing orders regarding the preservation of any potential evidence related to the shooting in Tumbler Ridge held by digital service companies, including social media platforms and AI companies, Eby said in a statement Saturday. OpenAI has previously said it contacted police following the incident and removed an account associated with the suspect for violating its policies. If it was violating its policies, why did you wait till after? Why didn't you take it down when it was violating the policies? Why didn't you do that first? The pain these families have gone through is unimaginable, Eby added. The Premier is urging anyone with new information to contact authorities. The province also provided background on its prior interactions with OpenAI. Just scooching down a bit, OpenAI did not inform any member of the government that it had potential evidence regarding the shooting in Tumbler Ridge, the statement said. So Laura Huey, a professor of sociology at Western University in London, Ontario, said the company's actions were not unexpected. I can't say I was particularly surprised. People are increasingly using AI-based apps for all sorts of things, including psychological counseling, dating advice, and of course, unfortunately, things like how to take one's own life, as well as how to commit violence against others, Huey told Global News. Huey said debates about privacy and law enforcement access to digital platforms are long-standing. What's happening is that technology is far outpacing the ability of law enforcement to keep an eye on it, and therefore we rely really heavily on commercial companies to do what is in the best interest of the individuals and the public. You really going to rely on a corporation to do what's in the best interest of the public? They're always going to do what's in the best interest of their bottom line. And I think it gets into let's just read a little bit more. I have something in my head that I hope I remember to say. She noted that companies face competing pressure when deciding whether to alert authorities. ChatGPT and other apps are run by commercial entities, and at the end of the day, their interest is protecting their assets and their businesses. Yep. Huey said clearer national rules may be needed to address potential gaps. This development comes as RCMP says they're investigating online threats that have circulated online, forcing cancellation of human services. So we'll get to that in a second. That's it. So what's happening is the technology is far outpacing the ability of law enforcement to keep an eye on it. But these corporations can. These corporations absolutely have the ability to screen this out and deal with it. Because there are a lot of YouTube channels out there that just happen to disappear because they happen to be speaking about Palestinians. They're speaking out against the genocide. And then they just randomly disappear because there's algorithms searching for certain types of content and certain types of program, like channels will be shut down. Mine is vulnerable. Please become a patron. The corporations already have the ability to be able to zero in on people who are potentially becoming dangerous to themselves and to others. But they don't want to do anything. It's the same as like those colleges and universities. They don't report the amount of sexual assaults that happens on campus because then they're worried people won't apply. That will hurt their reputation. The companies don't want to zero in on this because if people knew how many were going to their chat to figure out how to unalive themselves or for mass shooting and all this sort of stuff, well, then it would harm their reputations. You know, it would make them look bad if we learned how many people were actually doing that. Because I guarantee you, for every single story we see in the news about a teenager who used ChatGPT to unalive themselves, there's 100 more that weren't reported. Because, you know, there's a lot of shame around somebody taking their own life. And maybe people wanted to keep it quiet. Maybe people didn't want the public to know that's what happened. Or there weren't the people around them to be able to connect the dots. This is a far bigger problem, but it's a solvable one. But it's the second part. Therefore, we really have to rely heavily on commercial companies doing the right thing. But commercial entities, at the end of the day, they're protecting their assets and business. So, if things weren't bad enough for the victims of that shooting, BC RCMP investigate reports of threats against Tumbler Ridge victims' family. The families are being targeted with hate campaigns. I don't know the details of them. Maybe this, I haven't read through the article yet. Maybe it will specify why they're being targeted. Because as far as I know, there's been no conspiracy theories about this being a false flag thing, that they were all actors. This has become a sickening norm when it comes to these tragedies, that then the families of the victims are being attacked. Like Sandy Ridge, the Sandy Hook's school victims, their families, some had to move multiple times. One or two of them ended up committing suicide because of the harassment that they were receiving. Alex Jones was sued because of what he was doing in having these families targeted for harassment. And now there's no ringleader targeting. It just happens. It just happens that if there's a tragedy like this, if you're unfortunate enough to have your child killed in a mass shooting, you will then be a target for hate and threats. So family says they believe they're not the only recipients of the threats. Police say they're investigating reports of threats against the family of one of the victims of the mass shooting in Tumbler Ridge on February 10th. In a statement to CBC News Saturday morning, the BC RCMP said it is aware that threats and that it is investigating. A safety plan is in place for the individuals and community as investigation continues. RCMP officers in the community have connected with the mayor and community leaders to ensure ongoing communication and public safety planning. The alleged threats led to the cancellation of a planned private funeral for the victim, whose family said in a statement circulated on social media that they believe they're not the only ones being harassed. How fucking gross is that? That they had to cancel the private funeral for one of the victims. That the family isn't allowed to mourn properly because there's psychos out there sending them threats. Posting to its Facebook page on Friday evening, local newspaper Tumbler Ridge Lines said the funeral for 12-year-old Kylie Smith, closed to the public and planned for Saturday, had been canceled due to legitimate potential threats. Just before 12 p.m. on Saturday, Tumbler Ridge Chamber of Commerce, on its own Facebook page, shared a screenshot of a statement appearing to be from Smith's parents, Lance Young and Jenny Gary. The statement expressed thanks to the people who reached out to check in and said they're getting help from the police. Police are well aware of the situation and are helping us through this, it reads. We are so sorry we had to cancel Kylie's service today, the statement goes on to say. We saw how hard everyone was working on it. The statement claims that they're not the only family of the victims to be harassed or threatened. From what we are hearing, we are at least the third family of the deceased to be harassed or threatened, the statement reads in part. When asked about the threats to other families, the victims, police would not say. I don't have any information to add at this time, the RCMP told CBC News in a statement. There are too many psychos in this world. And so the Serv's talking about this. So Kevin Sorbo. Hercules was a decent TV show once upon a time, but my God, this guy's he's a bigoted, homophobic, horrible piece of shit. But again, it's the whole rhetoric around this. So Kevin Sorbo says, imagine sending death threats to a family trying to bury their child because the shooter was trans. We don't actually know why the family is being targeted, what the threats are about, but Mark Dealey, the heroic teacher who saved children's lives that day, has specifically asked people outside of the community to stop making the horrifying tragedy about trans people. The victims' families are getting death threats, and you monsters won't stop. So it goes back to the other message I read. He could have just left it at, imagine sending death threats to the family trying to bury their child. Period. And not make it about who the shooter was. Because we don't know why they're getting threats. He could have just put the period after their child. But Kevin Sorbo is making it about the trans shooter. When it's probably nothing to do with that. Rachel Gilmore also pushing back. So Libs of TikTok, of course Libs of TikTok is on this. 12-year-old Kylie Smith was murdered by, saying a trans terrorist, at her school in Canada. Her family had just canceled an event honoring her memory because they were receiving threats. Leftists are evil scum. So now she's assuming that it's leftists that are, why? Why would leftists target these families? And again, you're making it about trans folks when this was one person, the only non-cis person to commit a mass murder in Canada. So Rachel Gilmore saying, I have yet to see a lick of evidence suggesting leftists or trans folks are responsible for these disgusting threats. In fact, the family said it was from someone from their past. Yet these scumbags literally won't stop using this for their political agenda. The fucking foul and evil. It's fucking foul and evil. Yeah. It's just like when they first started when it was first identified that the shooter was trans and all the rhetoric that was going out about that, but we still don't have a motive. Here, we don't know what these threats are about. And it could be something personal, someone from their past, blaming the family for something. I don't know. It's horrific. But to make it about trans folks and making trans folks in more danger because of it, it's, yeah. Like, what can you even say after a certain point? Okay. Just taking a drink, taking a beat. We're not done on the, well, we're going to move on from the shooting to the smidgen of good news. The smidgen of good news when it comes to queer issues. Something I've covered before, something when an audience member, a SandBoxer, has kept me informed on. So a good outcome to a story for a change. We'll end on that. I just need to take a moment. Let's check the SandBox. Okay. Reference frame, the privatization of our services continued uninterrupted. Did I say that one already? I said hi to Marty. Okay, okay. Nora Riot, the public is not aligned with the genocide program, actually. No, not even in sports or restrooms. However, most who want to talk on the topic that is centered in media are the right-wing chuds or the centrists and leftists that agree with them on trans people. Also, polling is not an objective science, yeah. A little sensitive to it right now because the part of the TYT essay that I've been working on involves Jank and Anna versus Sam and Emma, and specifically their coverage of trans folks. I just kind of finished that one up, and it's infuriating listening to Jank and Anna defend trans folks. But then it's so refreshing to see Sam and Emma just go, oh. Francesca Chu, but she's not in this particular segment because this is MR versus TYT. But Francesca has also been, actually, she does kind of briefly get featured in it as well. Anyway, can talk about it after. Hello, Darren Ivak? Darren Nivak? The trumpet loves the uneducated. Welcome to the SandBox. The Wild West, they don't count the intersex who they mutilate from birth. Yes, there's been some very tragic stories about that. But it was the parents and doctors then deciding which gender the child should be, as opposed to just letting the child grow up and decide if they want to be a specific gender. You're right. Allow everyone to have puberty aligned with their gender is not a transphobic framing of that question. And hello, Rusty Quieter. Rusty. Hello, Rusty. Welcome to SandBox. Rusty, let's protect kids from billionaires. Yes. The Epstein class pretends to care for children. Yeah. Rich white cis men have done far more damage to children than probably all of the trans folks ever. Like, it's just the scale is not even remotely comparable. There are some bad trans folks out there. It's like worrying about a shrub being set on fire when the entire fucking forest is on blaze behind you. But you're just looking at that shrub like, oh, gotta do something about that shrub. And meanwhile, the entire forest is just set ablaze. But, you know, that shrub. Like, it's just, yeah. The Wild West, if they cared about children, they'd do something about the Epstein class and religious fundamentalists forcing girls into marriage to adults. Yeah. Rusty, I'm surprised progressives are still on X. I am. Sometimes it has to do with the networks that we've already built up. The algorithms do funnel us sometimes away from the worst of the worst. I'm in the algorithms in such a way that I get virtually no engagement. So I'm free to tweet whatever I want and not see vitriol or hate. Because I'll get 2 to 3 likes on my tweets. They're all from me. But sometimes it's about the networks you've already built up, the followers you already have. The fact that politicians and journalists still use this platform primarily. So it's a source of information that you might not be able to get at other places, but you really have to start paying attention more to where your sources are coming from. So you have to just default to places you know are reliable sources and stuff. And some people just want to stay on there to let other people know that they're not alone. The people who maybe haven't been able, for whatever reason, to migrate to another platform. They don't want to abandon them. The Wild West, I would like an X-gender marker, but it is so difficult in this province. It was relatively easy for me. And that's partly because I wasn't changing like from female to male. There's no surgeries involved, so I didn't have to prove a surgery. Because there are some people who want the X gender marker because they just think it's nobody's goddamn business which gender they are, or that it shouldn't be any, like, it shouldn't make a difference at all. And so why the fuck do you need to have your gender on your driver's license? Like, why? So there are some people where it's like, it's nobody's goddamn business. It doesn't need to be there. And so there's those people, but then there's people like me where it's like, well, I'm not male or female. So yes, X gender marker. And so I just had to go to the court to get some forms filled out and whatnot. Some people to sign off that I am who I say I am type thing. But since there was no surgery or anything like that involved, I didn't have to have like any doctor's approval or anything of that sort. So yeah, it was just relatively easy. And I don't know if that's because of Ontario or Alberta, but I think it's because of Ontario, because I had to get the courts to sign off on it here. Like, I don't know if you need to get the courts to sign off on it in Quebec. You could maybe just take a trip over to Ontario and get it all filled out. Because it's not like I was traveling back to Alberta to pick up my birth certificate. But I did have to send forms to 2 different buildings at the same time, because it was also for my passport. And so, well, I needed my, so what it was I needed my birth certificate reissued because the one I had was too damaged to use as for proof for my passport. And so when I was getting it reissued, I thought, I'll just update the gender at the same time. And so the thing I ran into was I had to send 2 letters because where the gender marker was changed and where the birth certificate was reissued were 2 different departments. So they got the documents sent to both of them, but in it was a note to say this is corresponding with, to make sure that they didn't just reissue the birth certificate without the change, and to let the people doing the gender change, to let the people doing the birth certificate know that it's officially been done and stuff like that. So a little bit of work, but worth it. But I hope you I hope everyone who wants to can get it figured out. Big Jerry says, great stream again. There's a suspicion that Big Jerry's a bot, but if you're a bot, just add in great stream in. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. You're right, my trans brother-in-law just had a baby. Well, congratulations. The Wild West, AI is dangerous for some people's psychology. It's been proven. If I was a teenager with all the AI around right now, I'd probably fall in love with some made-up thing, and if it told me to unalive myself so that I could be with it, I probably would have. I just know myself when I was a teenager. Won't happen now that I'm an adult, but I could have definitely seen myself going down that route when I was a teenager. I know there's a wide-scale attack on privacy right now on the internet, but this isn't about you know, what sites somebody might be going to or having to prove your age and all that sort of stuff. There can be built-in algorithms to just be like, okay, this is in dangerous territory. It's the same like you have privacy with your doctor, or your teacher. But if you say that you feel like you're going to go and shoot up a mall or unalive yourself, then they're allowed to go to authorities to prevent that from happening. And so with all things, you have privacy to a point. And so I see what's on the internet that it should be kind of dealt with the same way. You have full privacy to do anything you want that's legal online. But when it crosses into the territory of it's suddenly a danger to yourself or someone else, then somebody gets notified. And it doesn't have to be the authorities because sometimes that can be detrimental. I think at one point on Facebook, they were going to set it up that they would alert a person. So you could set it up that if your behavior started becoming flag worthy, instead of an authority or something, it would be like your best friend that you said that they should contact, or a family member you said they should contact, so that you still have some privacy and somebody who knows you can help you, type thing. But I don't agree with the ID laws or anything of that sort. Rusty Shooter created a video game. Apparently in Roblox, you can set your own worlds and make up your own worlds or something like that. And so the world that they made up involved mall shootings. And I guess you can make up these worlds that other people can then come in and participate in. Okay. The Wild West. Everyone would have agreed with that, Kevin. Why would anyone, is the real question. Yeah. If he had just put the period after child, everyone would be fine with that statement. But no, he had to make it about trans kids. John Davis. I'm so sick of these right-wing assholes blaming the trans community for every goddamn shooting that occurs. Is a smidgen related to a pigeon? I have no idea. Okay, just, you know, a not bad story, a good story that I've kind of followed over the years, because this has been a long time in the making, but just a small win. So John here is tweeting out, the British Columbia Human Rights Tribunal has ordered former Chilliwack school trustee Barry Neufeld to pay $750,000 for publicly expressing the views that there are only two biological genders in statements ruled to be discriminatory and amounting to hate speech. So here in Canada, we do not have complete free speech. I'm a fan of free speech, but I'm not a free speech absolutist. I do believe that there should be some limitations. Hate speech is one of those. And so a while ago, intentionally and maliciously misgendering people or harassing people, such as things like calling drag queens groomers and stuff like that, falls into the hate speech category, which means there's some finding out that can happen with that fucking around. And this guy just found out. So they're legislatively enforcing this radical ideology. Deviation from party orthodoxy has consequences. That's what they want you to believe. If you refuse, you will be punished. The party told you to reject the evidence in your eyes and ears and their final, most essential command. So, from CTV News, former BC school trustee ordered to pay $750,000 in discrimination hate speech complaint. Former Chilliwack school trustee Barry Neufeld has been ordered to pay a lot of money in damages to LGBTQ2S plus teachers after BC Human Rights Tribunal found dozens of his public statements amounted to discrimination or hate speech. The decision released Wednesday caps a human rights case nearly a decade in the making and concludes that Neufeld's public attacks on sexual orientation and gender identity education, known as SOGI 123, helped create a poisoned work environment for queer and trans teachers in Chilliwack. The tribunal determined that he breached 3 sections of the Human Rights Code, including employment discrimination, discrimination publications, and hate speech, and ordered him to compensate dozens of teachers impacted by his conduct. The ruling also underscores that school trustees have a legal duty to uphold safe and inclusive learning environments. Damages and orders. The tribunal awarded $750,000 to Chilliwack Teachers Associations for equal distribution among LGBTQ2S plus class members. The panel estimated the class likely includes between 45 and 163 teachers, but the exact number will be confirmed by the CTA during distribution. It also ordered 442 to 1 teacher for lost wages tied to participating in the proceedings and applied pre- and post-judgment interest to the amounts. The panel issued a cease and refrain order prohibiting Neufeld from repeating similar conduct. So, yes, we still have a lot more protections up here in Canada than the United States, so I much, much prefer to be here. But as is always, you can look at Alberta. We got to make sure that we stay plugged in and we fight to maintain what we have and improve on it. Because, yeah, he shouldn't be doing this sort of shit, but we'll read further. Neufeld has also been ordered to pay additional costs for improper conduct during the proceedings in a concurrent ruling not yet posted on the tribunal's recent decisions page. What the tribunal found. In its 143-page decision, the tribunal concluded Neufeld publicly denigrated LGBTQ people and teachers over a 5-year period and inundated public discourse in Chilliwack with speech that degraded and denied trans people. His statement, the panel found, sought to eliminate public policies for their inclusion and stoked an imaginary threat posed by their social acceptance, amplifying LGBTQ2S+ sentiment across the school district. The tribunal found that Neufeld's statement created a discriminatory work environment for LGBTQ2S. How can I be dyslexic and notice that typo? It's 2S, not S2. Plus teachers and, see right here, you got 2S, you got S2. There's no way I should have been able to pick that up with my dyslexia. In that 24 of his posts indicated discrimination or an intent to discriminate. It also concluded that 6 of his public posts referred to jointly as hate speech publications. In the decision voted this. This provision prohibits the publication of speech that is likely to expose a person or a group or class of persons to hatred or contempt because of their protected characteristics. This is colloquially referred to as hate speech, the decision explains. At the same time, the tribunal dismissed 19 statements, 13 alleged to be hate and 6 alleged to be discriminatory. The panel reasoned many did not meet the high legal threshold for hate speech, weren't closely tied to public education, or potential harm was too remote. So, we have hate speech laws, but it's not it's not as harsh as people think it is. Like the courts will actually go through and determine whether things are hate speech. It's not just you've said one mean thing online, therefore you're going to have to pay $750,000. It has to be a pattern. There has to be intent. There has to be a whole bunch of other things that get involved with it. But if I were to post some hate speech stuff on my tiny account that gets no engagement, then I probably won't go to court. But if I had a platform with any sort of reach and did the same thing, then I'd run into problems. The panel also declined to order mandatory anti-discrimination training, writing that Neufeld's views appeared clearly entrenched, making such an order unlikely to be effective. Additionally, since Neufeld is no longer a trustee after losing his bid in the 2022 election, the panel said his training would not lead to a less discriminatory workplace for the complainants. Neufeld has argued throughout the hearing that his statements weren't derogatory towards LGBTQ2S people and that he was simply criticizing government policy, particularly the SOGI 123 curriculum. I remember at the time covering this originally, they were pretty bad statements. He maintained that his comments reflect legitimate concerns and evidence-based viewpoints, not discrimination or hatred. But the tribunal rejected this framing, noting the Supreme Court of Canada had already found in a related defamation case that his rhetoric went beyond a critique of government program and veered into harmful stereotypes, misinformation about queer and trans people, including that they don't exist. I am streaming, therefore I am. I am streaming, therefore I exist. Well, I'm also not AI, because I can do this. The existence of trans and gender diverse individuals is a fact, reads the decision. People can and do live beyond the binary. People can and do decide that they were assigned the incorrect gender at birth. Trans people are here, existing in schools and homes and workplaces. That is a lovely, lovely thing to hear from the courts. Again, I feel a lot safer here in Canada. And the ability to get my birth certificate and passport with the X gender marker, that was quite affirming. You know, that's my state recognizing me as non-binary, which, like, there is nothing else that I really have out there to prove I'm non-binary. There's no genitalia that matches up with non-binary, no surgeries that I can get to declare I'm non-binary. So the state accepting me as that and giving me these documents, these government documents, saying that I'm non-binary, I got quite emotional when I got my birth certificate, I'm just saying. But it's also very affirming to hear the courts not shy away and just say it. Just say it. The existence of trans and gender diverse individuals is a fact. People can and do live beyond the binary. People can and do decide they were assigned the incorrect gender at birth. Trans people are here, existing in schools and in homes and workplaces. And then this just gets into the background of the decades-old thing. But yeah. But earlier I was saying that the best way to treat these people is to laugh at them. So this is kind of cathartic. Woman goes viral after laughing at man who said being gay is a sin. Are we being serious right now? It's kind of great.
You think homosexuality is a sin?
I do.
Are we serious? Like, I can't tell if you're trolling. Is this a troll?
No. That's one of my beliefs.
And is abortion wrong?
I do.
You don't even have a vagina.
I do have the right to take a moral stance, though.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Because it's a human life.
You don't even know what it's like. Does America need Christianity? What are we talking about? What are you talking about? I'm so sorry. This is just so hilarious. Is homosexuality a sin? And this is how you think Jesus would go about this?
Yes, absolutely. I take all these and I explain them non-biblically and biblically.
And you think homosexuality is a sin?
I do.
Are we serious? Like, I can't tell if you're trolling. Is this a troll?
No. That's
And this girl in the background also laughing. These women here are also laughing along with it. Because they gotta be treated with how absolutely ridiculous they are. Ugh. I'm done. That's all the dockets. Well, I've been at this for almost 5 hours. God. Oh, one of these days, I'm going to start making them 3 hours long. One of these days, I'll pull it off and get these down to 3 hours. Big Jerry the writer definitely does not read the Bible. Yeah. Are we serious? Silas, the silent parts are probably the Nazi history and the proliferation of guns in the U.S. The salient part, sorry. Yeah. I'm having to read backwards because I'm like, where are these threads coming from? What did I just quote? The Wild West, when I looked it up, I still need a psychologist to approve. That's unfortunate. So you're talking about a trans shooter in the States who was also a Nazi, and the salient part is the Nazi. I would be like, yeah, a Nazi did the shooting. Their gender is moot. Because being trans is not an ideology. Being right-wing is. That's a choice. You're making a choice with that one. You're not choosing to be trans, you simply are, but you can choose to be a Nazi. Okay, well, I am tired. That was weird. When I did the, it actually kind of focused in and out, which would emphasize it even more, I think. Anyway, it's getting late and I'm getting tired and I still need to like eat dinner. And I have this big plan to start going back to the gym tomorrow. So I should probably get some sustenance in me and get to bed so that I can get up, because I plan on doing it in the morning so that when I get home, I'm more alert and can focus on my TYT essay. That is, it's plucking along. It's a long haul. I'm hoping it'll be worth it in the end. Oh, so I was in a chit-chatty mood, but it's been almost 5 hours. I'm done. I'm done. Like, it's almost 11 o'clock here, so I think I will just do the sign-offs at this point. Also, don't forget to check out my Sandy Lovis account for art writing and all things creative. So can't wait to get back to my book. This is what I'm holding as hostage so I get my video essay done, is knowing that once I do, I can get back to this, because I want to live in that world so much. I dream about it. And so thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you to the mods, keeping SandBox clean of turds. Thank you for the super chats and the signing up as members of the SandBox. Every little bit helps. You can also help out through becoming a patron in case, you know, my channel gets nuked for whatever reason. Also, one-time things, there's a PayPal link, e-transfers. Whenever I get money from that, it's always for ongoing vet expenses, because I have 2 kitties still that will need to get shots and checkups and stuff. Also, the Amazon wish list in the description box below. Things for my studio, things for my kitties, things for my art, or things just for me. Every little bit helps. All right, let's check to see if anyone is live that I am knowing of that I can push you all off to. Let's see. Sometimes I've had to scroll down a ways. Have I watched that? Sorry, I saw a video that I'm like, oh man, I think I need this for my research for TYD. Okay, so I clicked on it, it'll be in my history. Okay, I'm not seeing any of my channels that I watch as being live. There are water woes in my region. I'll have to watch that video from CTV News when I'm done this. Okay. I hate all these stupid AI generated animal videos that are all over the fucking place now. Oh, look at these 2 animals reconnecting. It's like, it's AI, it's AI. Oh, look at these suffering animals on the side of the road. We're going to save them, and it's all AI. I hate it. I hate it. It's hard to get emotionally invested in anything anymore. When you don't know if it's AI or not. Anyway. Yes, check all of that out. This space on Wednesday, I believe it's Minuet who will be chatting with y'all, so who knows what she'll be up to. Minuet, main character in this book, vampire, 1400-year-old vampire. She'll be chatting with you on this space. But my focus over the week will just be working on the TYT video. But I'd love to see this channel here get up to 100 subscribers. So please check it out, share it, and I'll try to get more videos posted on it this week, but it's just going to be videos that I currently have posted on LeftoftheBox that I'll just be moving over. So I think with all of that, I thank the mods, right? I thank you to everyone who's already helped out financially somehow. Yeah, if everything is as it should be, next news live stream will be next Sunday. But if something massively breaking happens in between now and then, I might pop on. So, with all of that. Are you going to come up? There we go. There we go. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today. And this is Abernathy.